like to party. We like.
Why is there a hype train when I'm not even on the screen? What the fuck? Hello. Hello. I fixed my mic settings. It should be good now. Can I get a little feedback? Thank you, guys. Okay, I'm gonna get... First, I want feedback. Does my mic sound good? Because I actually put time and effort into changing it, and it should be good now. I hope. Okay, I'm just gonna go through.
Ja.
Hallo, Zeus. Hallo, I am your friend. Hallo, Zeus. Danke, Julian. Danke für 2 Monate, obwohl ich kaum streame. Danke, Julian! Obwohl ich kaum streame. Vielen Dank. Ja, ist relativ früh heute. Das stimmt. Das stimmt. Hi, Shane. Hallo, Anne. Hallo, Sonic. Dankeschön, Sonic. 23 Monate. Dankeschön. Wir haben einen Hype-Train. Wow. Zeus, Dankeschön. Hat für 21 Monate abonniert und hat eine 20 Monate Serie. Was? Hi, DT. Hallo. 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 Dankeschön, Shane. Danke, dass du den Gifted Sub erweiterst. Vielen Dank. Ja, das waren so 5 Streams in 2 Monaten. Definitiv 4 Euro im Monat wert. Ja, ne? Dankeschön, Zeus. Dankeschön. Dankeschön, Zeus. Hallo, Jess. Hallo. Hallo. Ich kann den Tanz nicht. Ich weiß es nicht. Das Bunny Dance, ich sehe den Emote nicht. Das bin ich. Warte, ich habe noch einen zweiten Chat, mit dem ich Emote sehen kann. Oh ne, ich sehe es nicht. Sollte da ein Emote sein? Ich sehe kein Emote. Jess, was? Dir ging es nicht gut? Ach ja, du weißt, du bist ja krank gewesen. Ich schon vergessen. Mein Goldfischgehirn. Dankeschön! Amma! Dankeschön! Kittenem! Kittenem! Ja, sie hatte. Ja, sie hatte. Ich weiß nicht, ob sie noch hat. Ich weiß nicht, ob sie noch hat. Kitten. Jess, werd nicht verarscht. Obwohl, sie kann mich ja gar nicht verstehen. Sie spricht ja kein Deutsch. Das bist nicht du, Jess. Das bist nicht du. Zeus, Dankeschön. Wow, wir sind jetzt auf Stufe 2. Wow. Guys, vielen Dank. Es ist nur etwas komisch, weil ich habe lange nicht... Wofür? Wofür kriege ich das jetzt? Dafür, dass ich endlich mal wieder... Ich hatte Covid über Weihnachten. Oh, das ist schön, das freut mich. Das hört sich super an. Hallo, Nat! Hallo! Guten Tag. Wie geht es? Ich bin laut. Ich bin sehr laut. Soll ich mich leiser machen? Ich kann mich leiser machen. Ich kann einfach so machen und jetzt bin ich leiser. Besser? Besser jetzt? Ich kann auch noch so ein bisschen. So? Ist so gut? Ist es gut? Okay. Jess übertreibt. Dankeschön. Jess macht von euch allen am meisten Geld. Jess! Dankeschön. Chef, hallo. Dankeschön. Vielen Dank. Danke, dass ich dafür was kriege, dass ich nie streame. Dankeschön. Vielen Dank. Das ist sehr nett. Das habe ich wirklich verdient. Dankeschön. Vielen Dank. Dankeschön. Sehr nett. Ich habe keine Idee, was du sagst. Ja. Danke, Jess. Danke. Dankeschön, Jess. Danke. Dankeschön. Das ist sehr nett. Ich habe einen, wie haben wir das immer? Einen dicken Mann gekannt? Ich habe einen dicken Mann gekannt. Das ist mit dem Nie-Stream, hat sich echt zu Herzen genommen. Und zu Recht streamt öfter. Ja. Ich bin immer noch zu leise. Ich kann mich immer noch leiser machen, das ist kein Ding. Jetzt? Jetzt vielleicht? Ist jetzt okay? Ich meine, wie gesagt, ich bin noch am Justieren. Ja, jetzt ist gut. Jetzt ist gut. Jetzt gut. Das freut mich. Das ist schön. Das ist sehr gut. Ich hoffe, für die anderen auch kann ich das... jetzt bist du echt leise. Dankeschön. Das ist toll. Hast du vielleicht meinen Stream generell leiser? Hast du den runtergedreht? Vielleicht? Ist das der Punkt? Oder ist der bei 100%? Ist der bei dir bei 100% oder bei 80 oder so? Oh. Hello, thank you. You can't hear anything. Okay. Okay, so who's lying? Muted. I'm not muted. Who's lying? Is Sonic lying? Is Sonic trying to sabotage? Hi, nothing like Nemo. Thank you guys for the subs. Kappa. Thank you very much. I said that I deserve the subs very much because I've been streaming so much. Not. I would never. What do you mean? Yeah, but the question is, should I open up my stream now? Do I have to? Twitch. I can open up my stream. Hab die Boxen nicht bedacht, dass man die aufdrehen muss. Das ist ein ganz neues Konzept für mich. Yes. I can open up my stream. Oh yeah, I'm pretty loud. I'm pretty loud. So I believe Sonic. I'm very loud in my ears. Maybe everything else is just quiet. No, I've actually fixed my mic and it should be louder. So Sonic must be right. Must be. Sonic must have a point. Probably. Who knows? Maybe he's lying. No, I've opened up my stream and I'm pretty loud. So I believe Sonic. I believe Sonic. I don't believe Amar once. Like, usually I believe Amar because he's the most trustworthy person I've ever met on Twitch. But not today. Not today. Okay, where do I start? Hi, Mushu! Kappa. Hi! You fixed your mic. I fixed my mic. I would say so. You don't think so? You don't think so that it sounds better? It took me 2 hours to do this. Because there's a lot that you can do wrong on a Go XLR. Should we try out? I can try out to be loud. How was that? Was it too loud? It should have not. It should have not. Like it should have been loud, but not too loud, you know? You know what I mean? Should have been loud and obnoxious, but not too loud. Louder. So the thing is, for me, my sound is now like right in the beginning of the yellow. That's where I cannot go loud. I have a limiter. It cannot get louder. That's the thing. That's what I did. It cannot get louder. It cannot get louder than that. There's like a wall. It cannot. It just can't. It can't. It never will. Ah! Okay, my neighbors. It's Sunday. I should not. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, neighbors. I forgot. Okay. In Germany, on Sundays, we're quite, like, we take it very seriously that you should not be loud. On Sundays in Germany, like, people will call the police. Like, there's some people that are just, you know, and they will call the police when you're, like, listening to music too loud or vacuum cleaning. They do that. Your neighbors fucking hate you. They never called the police on me, so they must not hate me enough. And that's good. It's good enough for me. Yeah, show me your emotes. What did you get? I got that one too. What is it? Is it a frog? Hype elf. That's not an elf. That's totally a frog. That's not an elf. They're deaf, probably, maybe. Who knows? I think, so I'm living in one of these houses where the walls are super high. You know, these very old buildings where the rooms are extremely high. You know, the ceiling is like, it's so high above me. And I think it just muffles the sounds for the neighbors because there's just so much room. I'm not living in a castle. Yeah, we can see it in the background. Yes, this is my house. This is my house. Yeah, you're fine. It's beautiful. Yeah, I know, right? I wish. You know how... I feel like anyone... Well, I mean, not the walls and the wooden windows, but technically anyone could make their living room or their house look comfy and like cleaned up with little things, you know, like this, with like cozy lights. Anyone could do it, but I'm too lazy. I'm too lazy to, like, you would have to actually take your time to figure out what to buy, where to put it. You would have to get rid of your old stuff. Your flat is clean, that's good. My flat is also clean, but it's not, it doesn't look Instagrammy. Looks like The University in a Beautiful Mind with Russell Crowe, early 2000s banger movie. I don't know what this is. It's a copyright-free... Wait, does that exist? A copyright-free background. From Pixabay. Pixabay is a good site. Agent Now, let's see it for laziness. Also, Miss Jack. Unless you don't go outside. If you don't go outside, this is not true. You save time. You save time of your life if you don't go outside. And just don't look at them. Just don't look. Don't look at the red lights. Just don't look at the lights and just drive. Or walk. Yeah, just don't. Do this and you save time. Shinola, hi. Agent Nal, hello. Welcome to the stream. I don't know what you mean with let's hear it for laziness.
Shinora.
Vocal training paid off. What did you clip? Do I have to? Okay, I'm gonna click on it. It's beautiful. My voice is just the voice of an angel. Voice of an angel, 100%. What was I doing? What was I saying? I wanted to say something, but I've forgotten. Okay, let me try to remember. Let me do my thinking face. Oh yeah, I wanted to talk. You were talking about red lights and copyright. No. So, just so you know. Just so you know. Is she okay? I'm very okay. Just so you know, multiple things. Multiple things. First of all, I'm so glad that I fixed my mic. This is... No. I don't have the bucket that Fish has. If I would have the bucket that Fish has, I would always sit and stream and do business while I stream. Multitasking. What was I...
Kappa!
Do you hear that? Amar, can you write something again? What was that sound? Can you write something again? Amar? Could you say something? Type something in the chat, please. Did you hear that? Do you hear that? There's like a... Is it only Amar? What the fuck?
Hinter dir!
Does it say Blitzer? What is... Do you hear that? Is it just me? Can you... Do you hear that?
Oops.
What do you mean, oops? You wrote the command. But when Sonic is writing, it also happens. Can you do it? What the fuck? Lol. Do you hear that? There's like a... Do you hear that? Is it just me? Am I going crazy? Am I going crazy? Do you hear that? Whenever someone writes something... Do you hear that? It's very quiet.
What?
Do you hear that?
What the fuck?
But it wasn't there
LOL!
What is this? Okay, let me check. What the fuck? I can make it louder, but I have to make myself louder when I do that. Eh? And it's coming through my mic. Eh? Okay, let me see. It can be here. It can be StreamerBot. This is so weird. This has never happened. Why would that happen? Ah, no. It could be. No. Can't. Okay, what happens when I write something? Okay, it's whenever you join the... Ah, okay, then I know what it is. Ah, okay, I know what it is. Oh my god. It's because the chat widget that I'm using, this widget, where you can see each other, has this little thing where you can set up a sound whenever something plops in. And I've set it up a year ago or so, but didn't turn the audio on because I thought it was annoying. And now it's on again. Okay.
Yes, very.
That was the sound effect I made for it. You like the sound effect? Where is it? Bling. I forgot about it. It was turned off. But where are you? Where is you?
No.
Are you in a scene? Is this so annoying? Eh? Where is you? What is you? Are you this? Nightbot music. Why is there always something wrong? Why is there always so... Okay, I'm just gonna open up the thing itself. Stream elements. Give me a sec. It has not been on since then. What do you mean? You have to log in.
Leave a like if you are depressed.
Chat was fast enough. I'd sound like a microwave popcorn in a... Yes. Can you spam? Can everyone spam? I want to see what it sounds... Can you spam? It's very important. Thank you for the follow, Agent Now. Hey! Should we leave it in? I feel like we should leave it in. We probably shouldn't. Okay, I'm changing it. There it is. Okay. Make it pop 3 times in a row for a chat message. Okay, let me... I found it. Animation settings? No. Settings. Sound effects. Aha. Okay, should we give it to subscribe? I could do that only VIPs or mods. Whenever mods write something, I can change it. Oh, they can have different sounds. Okay, everyone has a different sound. Wow. Okay, I'm just going to turn it off, though. Okay, we set it to 0. Okay, I can make it louder. I made it louder. I made it louder. Can you type? I made it louder. Now it's more loud. The chat is refreshed. I think this is good. I think this is great. I just hope it's not when I'm... No, wait. This is the same chat I'm using for games, I think. Can we check? Okay, we gotta check. I'm gonna move. Okay, can we try here? Can you try again?
Sonic.
Okay, it's here too. It's here too. Okay, that would be annoying. That would definitely be annoying. I would say. I would say that this would be annoying. I will copy... Wait, how do I do it? Should I turn it off? So anytime a sub writes something, it triggers. Anytime anyone. So everyone has a different sound they make when they type. Subscribers, mods, they should all have a different sound. Okay, can a mod write something? Okay, no mod? Wait, it's the same sound. Depth rate high. Wait, you don't hear... You should hear it. Bling. Okay, I think it gets... I think all get triggered at the same... Fuck. Should we leave it? We should get rid of it. I'm torn. We should make it that it sometimes goes on, that you can turn it on. We should make a command that just turns it on. Maybe that would fix it. I know what I turned it off now. It shouldn't work anymore. Good to know. Good to know. Why is it still working? Oh wait, no, I can hear it, but you can't. Okay. Or? Wait, were you still able to hear it? Oh my god. Okay, my whole setup is fucked. My whole setup is fucked right now. This will be in the VOD. Zeus, can you write it down that this would be in the VOD? This will be in the VOD. Okay, I don't know how to fix it then. The music that just got played will be in the VOD. Great that I fixed it. I'm glad that I fixed everything. Okay, it was on every... Okay, give me a sec. What? That makes no sense. Sound control panel. Okay, let me see. Test. Hello, test. Okay, test. What's up? Do you remember when you said you're glad you fixed it? Yes. It's still Sunday, by the way. Yes, that's very true. Why? Why? Yes, it's very true. But why are you saying that? Why is the sound always there? What could it be? What could it be? The only thing I did was this. I set this to that. It could be. Okay, that's not it. Oh, I found it. Whoops. When did that happen? Okay. Can we try again? Whoops. Test. Okay. That's good. That's good. And now, music.
Oops.
I turned it off. All good. Okay. 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 You hear it? Nice. Good. Okay, nice. Let's go back. It's very loud for me. Eh? Nightbot. Yes. It is a Gengar sweater. Music. Eh? Oh. Okay, I don't hear the sound. Wait, hey, but how did I do that before? Ah. Ah, okay. Okay. I cannot hear songs right now. Let me see. Do I hear it when I click play here? Okay. 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 You hear the music, right? Okay, I can still not. There's still something off. Something is off. Right doesn't work here. Wait. Now type right again. Agent, now. Type right again. Why can I not set it up? Oh. Good job.
Balls.
Ah, I'm dumb. Ah, that's why. Ah, it's because I'm very stupid. Ah, it was because I'm stupid. Okay, sorry, I forgot. Okay. Ach so. You see this? Ah, it's my water bottle. Okay. Okay, what did I want to talk about? Okay, let's go back to the one where right and left doesn't work. Okay, two musics at once is not... How do you pause? And why can I not pause? A trap card? You mean when you won? Okay, I'm gonna turn off the jazz. Sure. I think that's fine. Okay, I wanna first, okay, let me turn this off. Oh wait, I've turned it off at the wrong. I'm sorry that I'm gonna turn off Guy's theme. I just want a quick thing. Quick thing before we continue. Yes, it is. Compared to me, yes. It's because Sonic told me to make myself less loud. Okay, real talk now. Next week. So the full next week. Not the weekend, but the full next week. I will be on a business trip. So I will not be streaming. Which is something that won't affect what you were expecting because I wasn't streaming anyway. But next week I'm gonna be on a business trip and I have the following. So, for the past 3 months, I've been very unhappy with my streaming schedule. Yes, it's a business trip. For the past 3 months, I've been very unhappy with my streaming schedule. And I figured out what my problem is. Like why nothing kind of worked out. Like why it was... I don't know if you even give a shit. So, 3 months ago or so, suddenly... No. 3 weeks. No, 3 months ago. Suddenly things started to not work anymore as they were supposed to work. You know, things that were on the stream, like my mic, hello, like my sound or sound in general, different things stopped working correctly, you know? And it wasn't just one thing, it was like multiple things. And I would try to fix it and it wouldn't get fixed. And I would try to fix it again and it wouldn't get fixed. And I would make plans for, like I had this big event thing that I wanted to do, if you remember. There was this big event thing, and I took my time, and I set up multiple things, and then I tossed it because I found something better, and I started from scratch again and did a bunch of stuff. So basically, I went in circles and always crashed into a wall at the end and just started over for the past 3 months or so with multiple things. And when these things happen a lot in a short period of time, like when you try and try and try, and it just, for whatever reason, it just doesn't work as you wanted it to work, it gets quite frustrating. And it's not that I hate streaming, it's just when you know, yeah, burnout is not, it's like when you know that a lot of things aren't working, it kind of just stresses you out subconsciously, constantly. You know what I mean? Like I was subconsciously always stressed about these things that weren't working and I couldn't fix. And I knew when I start streaming, these things are not fixed and not done. And you know, it was like this. You know what I mean? And to this day, I couldn't get all of this fixed. I mean, the mic is now fixed, which is good. Like this is crossed off the list. But this is what was bothering me. And now that I know, yeah, now that I know that that was the thing that was bothering me, it's easier for me to stream again. But Jackie, we come to watch you and fixing the unfixability. Yes, that's why I did a to-do list and worked on it every day. Shinore, the thing is, it's not that only, like, the things that I try to do and they don't work, they spread out to my private life. I don't know what was going on the past 3 months. It was just a lot of failure. I don't know. Not real failure, but like a lot of things that just didn't work the first time I did them. And it was everywhere. So I was stressed out in every aspect of my life. I don't know why though. Like, I don't know why it happened. It just happened. But now it's good. Now there's a lot of things that I fixed for work this week. There's a lot of things I fixed for the mic thing was bothering me so much. Yes, I need a break. I really do, but I don't get one. Go travel or something. No, it's fine. Now some things are working again, so I'm good. Stupid Mike. Yes, Mike. Mike is the worst. I hate Mike. We all hate Mike. The whole year yesterday, no, the whole last year, I had 1 day of vacation that I took to help my grandma. There's 1 day of vacation that I've taken to help my grandma. Otherwise I didn't have any vacation. And on my business holidays, no, company holidays, on my company holidays, which were 2 weeks, I also had to deal with my grandma. There were things that went wrong with my grandma and I had to fix them. So I'm a little bit stressed out. It's not fine you need to be a bit selfish. No, because when I am not, like when I just chill, I feel bad because I'm just chilling, you know, because I could do other things. Maybe look for something that is relaxing for me. It's running, but nice to hear that you're back on track. Yeah, but I'm now back. It's now better. I feel better now. It's much better. I feel so much better now. And things are getting fixed and working. It makes me feel good. Okay? I feel much better than I did 2 weeks ago. I feel so much better. But there's not really anything that changed. It's just now when I do something, it actually works. I don't know. Did someone ever have this before? Where for whatever reason, they were just, like whatever they did for a few months just didn't work out? Did you have this before? I just had this. Try to meditate. I used to do yoga and meditate. And it worked really well.
What the fuck you say to me, you little shit?
That you have to work the whole time, learn to chill. We could make streaming much more exhausting for you, so you won't have to feel bad for chill. Yes, that's a good thing to good thinking. Yes, I had. And what did you do about it? Did you also just go through it and then it was fine? I hated it. I hated that it was that way. But I feel so much better overall. My whole, like health wise, I feel better. I don't know what it was though. Was there a demon that hung onto me? What happened? What was it? What happened the last 3 months? What's the thing? What's the catch? I don't know. And meditate and have some me time. It's me, the Gian! Gian, have you tried the new League season already? Oh, I just want to know. Yeah, on a 2-year period, but I knew someday it will change. Damn.
Hey. Hi. Hey!
Yeah, I have. And do you like it? You love it? Sonic, you love the new season? Okay, so... I don't know why you love it. Last Sunday Funday, Sonic won. And he didn't choose anything. Something happened. I don't know what it was. Sonic won something. Was it Sunday Sonic won something and we didn't give it to him. So Sonic, what's your thing? What do you want? I forgot the whole story. He won twice in a row. He won twice in a row. Yeah.
Leave a like if you are depressed.
He won twice in a row, and we said we take away the rule that you cannot pick another game when you win twice. We canceled that rule. It's now out. You can win multiple times in one marbles race. Exactly. I like it just because it's new and refreshing, but I'm not a fan of everything dealing a million damage. When you play squishies, you mean? I don't know. I have not played a game in the new season yet. I've not played one game. Okay, Sonic, so what's the thing? Lag support with all these new items is so broken. Like everything gets nuked. Really? I've watched a few streamers play the new season. And they talked about this item that got nerfed on Saturday. Like one mage spell thing item where you did a lot of damage with it. I don't know the name anymore. Storm Surge. Yeah, did they remove it or nerf it? Because I've seen someone play and...
Leave a like if you are
I like
depressed.
30%. I've seen someone play and they got away from a team fight and they still died because of it. So everyone buys it. Everyone buys Storm Surge. Yeah, I faced an Echo. He just eat and ran away and nuked me for about 2.2k. Wow. What does it do though? Like, what's the thing that it does? What's the description? Because I've heard so many people talk about it. Wah, wah, wah. Sonic, what's your thing though? You still haven't said. What do you want?
Leave a like.
It's like in Dark Harvest proc on every spell. On every spell, if you deal X amount of someone's percentage AP, after 2 seconds, it sends a nuke on them based off your AP. So Vega is OP now. Vega can just one-shot everything. Where Vega has never been... But his ult would just... Like, if he does anything, anyone dies.
League of Legends.
League of Legends. Boo, 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 boo. Boo, 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 boo. Boo, 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 boo. I'm clear. Sonic. Sonic, do you want me? What the fuck? The exit. Okay. Is that on Steam? Okay, Sonic wants me to play that. With his win. From last time. And we're gonna do that. I'm sorry for everyone who wanted to do the marbles race. You have to wait for Sonic. He got a win last time. And as you know, Sonic is a... Since I came back, yes. I've been... Well, the past months I've not been doing good, but I'm fine now. Does that make sense? Pretty much. Oh! Also, I figured out... Average Christmas? No. No, it was just... I don't know what happened. It was the past 3 months, which is not good for me. I don't know. Life. I started Steam. It's opening. Very slowly. What did I want to talk about? Oh, God, I forgot again. Oh! I feel much better now. Yes, thanks. Thanks, Gian.
Old man.
I just broke up with you.
Okay.
Mr. Incredible, thank you! 17 months, it's so long.
It's Jack 1 Jack Dance Xmas.
It's Jack one dance Xmas. Oh yeah, we still have the Christmas emotes. Can we play music? Music? Yes. I can press the play button. I broke up with her. No, I broke up with her chatting. Can you guys chill? Music! Why would I make moldy food? That's fish thing, not mine. Okay, let me... Okay, it's 4 euros. I'm not gonna read what it is. I'm just gonna buy it. I hope it's not a virus. Nice shirt, thanks. Yeah, it's actually a Gengar shirt. Yes, it is. It's a Gengar shirt. It's Gengar on it. Yes, it is.
You are trapped in an endless underground passageway. Observe your surroundings carefully. You are trapped in an endless underground passageway. Observe your surroundings carefully to reach the exit 8. Don't overlook any anomalies. If you find anomalies, turn back immediately. If you don't find anomalies, do not turn back.
I don't know why it got triggered twice. It's not... It should be a fault of the engine.
Sonic. Sonic.
Fixed. Can we try again? Can you just... I mean, can you just do another TTS so we see if it's actually broken? Or it was just a one-time thing? Because maybe it was just a one-time thing. Okay. I'm installing. What do you mean? Yes, it is fixed. More fixed than it ever
Audio
was.
is fixed, yeah. Audio is fixed, yeah.
Okay, why does it happen twice?
Please follow me at twitch.tv/badassoffish80. Please follow me at twitch.tv/badassoffish80.
I don't know where the other one is coming from. There's 2 sounds from 2 different sources. Great setup you have there, yes. I think I know what it is. I think I know what it is. Settings. Audio output devices game. Uh-huh. And in the settings, speaker bot is chat. Okay, so that's already wrong. Okay, let's put it back to chat. Chat. Okay, let's try again. Can we do one again? Can someone do it again? I think you have to give it...
Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious.
Okay, it comes through Discord. Through my Discord channel. I don't know why though. Okay, let me default chat. Okay, I'm gonna do it as well. I'm sorry, I don't know why it's not working. I don't know why so many other things are not working now.
Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious.
That's good. And yes. Now that seems to... Okay. Wow, fixing things today. Wow. So many fixes. Wow. Can you do the long message again, Sonic? Just in case. Because I couldn't listen to it because it was playing twice. Long message.
The long message. The long message.
Okay, when you say something, it's still played twice. Okay, now let me look. Okay, when I say something, it's
You are
not.
trapped in an endless underground passageway. Observe your surroundings carefully to reach the exit. You are trapped in an endless underground passageway. Observe your surroundings carefully to reach the exit 8. Don't overlook any anomalies. If you find anomalies, turn back immediately. If you
I'm
don't
so
find
sorry.
anomalies, do not turn back.
Yeah, I don't get it though. Okay, so it comes out of my Discord. So it is this. Output device is chat. Input is mic. Output is chat. So
The
it's
echo
somehow...
message is also much louder. The echo message is also much louder.
Louder. Yes. I'm trying to see. Okay, so this is fixed. Default. Chat. No, wait. Chat. Yes, chat is correct. Oh. I made an oopsie.
Wihistay Madavon Nika louder. Wihistay Madavon Nika louder.
It's on its way to get fixed.
Jen!
Chat, okay.
In Jiggletown, where rainbows had ticklish ends, a rubber chicken named Quack met a tap dancing toaster. Together, they In Jiggletown, where rainbows had ticklish ends, a rubber chicken named Quack met a tap dancing toaster. Together, they staged the silliest silent play ever, leaving the town echoing with invisible applause.
Okay, can we try again? I don't think this fixed it. That was the thinking face, but I think I did it wrong. Can we try? Can we just try? I think I did it wrong. It makes no... I don't really understand. Like, if it works now, then I don't really get it. Why? But this should be it.
Some is coming out of your head.
LOL. Like, okay. So it's gone, right? Now it's gone. Now it's actually gone.
In Zennyville, where clouds doubled as trampolines, a Kezua playing pineapple named Jinx became buddies with a moonwalking teapot. They threw a surprise party for a shy balloon, and the whole town celebrated with confetti made of giggles.
Okay. Great, that's good. Okay, let's move on. Let's move on and actually play a game. Thanks for helping me with this. Very much appreciated. Now fix your green screen winkles and we Gucci. Well, right now we don't see them. But yes. But I would have to take the thing down and do something and then put it back up. And I don't... That's a lot of work. Undefined. Thanks, Sonic. So this is a horror game? Or just... Is it like is it just a brain twisting game? Probably is. Nah. Okay, so it's a brain twisting game. It's more a focus game. Okay. We're gonna see. I have to put the timer on. Timer. Just timers. There it is. Oh, you don't see it. Oh, motion blur. Okay, wait. No. Ah, I cannot turn it off! Oh my god. Ah, okay. Ah. Do you hear sound? I don't hear sound. Is it laggy for you? It just looks like that in the... Hello? Audio. Volume?
Nope.
So there is no sound in general, or we have no sound? Oh my god. Ah! Hello, mister? Sir? Hello? Am I a woman or a man? I have very loud shoes. I cannot punch. Okay. So we're in Japan. Ambu Park. Mizuze Junior High School. Yanako Temple, Nihira Building. Apanoni Crossing. Yes, very. Bully him for his hairline. That's very mean, Amar. Okay. Keep left. Okay.
What? What the fuck?
What do you mean he's not real? Real for us. With a smile. Uh-huh. P. That's the only word. I don't know anymore. BLC store. New open. Football leader bully. Yes. Am I leggy? Dog saloon. Katakana. I'm very bad at katakana. Uh-huh. Makeup art. Photo exhibition. Move with these. Move with these. You were AFK a few minutes in game, right? Yes. Security camera in operation. Maybe you should restart. Okay. Okay, when you say so. Did something happen in the beginning? I didn't see it or hear it. Body block him. I cannot touch him. There's no button. Sir? I'm clicking buttons, nothing's happening. Like the usual buttons that you could click. Can I crouch? No. Okay. Let's just play. What can go wrong? Shame. LOL. No No smoking. Keep left. Okay, we're gonna do what it says and keep left. Exit. PT. Keep left. This is a game for her. I just don't know what I need to do. What can I even do? No smoking. Okay. Keep left. So this is a puzzle. Concourse. Where do I even need to go? What's my objective? Do I get something? Security camera in operation. I really need a holiday. What do you mean? Can I push him? What do you mean I'm your fan? What do I need to do? What's my objective? Where's the dude? Okay, the dude only comes.
You're trapped in an endless underground passageway. Observe your surroundings carefully to reach the exit 8. Don't overlook any anomalies. If you find anomalies, turn back immediately. If you don't find anomalies, do not turn back.
Okay. Observe your surroundings carefully. To reach the exit 8, don't overlook any anomalies. What is the anomaly? Okay, the dude? Was he an anomaly because of his hairline? Is that a thing? Find out.
You
Okay.
are trapped in an endless underground passageway.
No smoking. The
Observe
smoking
your
sign
surroundings
was...
carefully to reach the exit 8 ends. Don't overlook any anomalies. If you find anomalies, turn back immediately.
Okay, we're
If
gonna
you don't
start
find
over.
anomalies, do not turn back.
Yeah, Gian, thank you. That's what I have also, but I need to start. But I would need to research because I don't know what the beginning room looked like. No, I figured it out as well, Amar. Okay. Toasty, hi! Okay, turn left. Okay, so this is the room. This is the whole room. Turn left is not here.
Joe.
You are trapped in an endless underground passageway. Observe your surroundings carefully to reach the exit 8. Don't overlook any anomalies. If you find anomalies, turn back immediately. If you don't find anomalies, do not turn back.
No smoking. What's the sign there? I don't know. Okay, wait, I need to restart again.
What the fuck?
That is TTS,
Leave a
yes.
like if you are depressed.
Okay, wait.
You are trapped in an endless underground passageway. Observe your surroundings carefully to reach it. Don't overlook any anomalies. If you find anomalies, turn back immediately. If you don't find anomalies, do not turn back.
Okay, we're gonna walk with him. Okay, no smoking signs are on the left twice. Then there's pictures.
Leave a like if you are depressed.
This game is so hard. Well, I've been already called stupid. Okay, he's checking his phone. Is that an anomaly? Is checking your phone an anomaly? Exit. Keep left. Okay, we're just gonna walk so we see. No smoking. Okay, no smoking is there twice. There's the thingies. There was this no smoking sign here too. I think. Okay. Okay, the question is, do I always have to work? Is he my progress bar? Man? I think he's my progress bar. But I'm not sure. Because I didn't get any instructions. Okay. Yeah, now there's a smoking sign. The two doors. The things. This is correct. I have no idea if I'm doing this correctly. I don't think so. Eh? Eh, what? Okay, I don't get it. How do I know that I'm making progress? If you see anomalies, turn around immediately. I will see. Keep left. I don't get it. I really do not get it. Eh? What's that sound?
Leave a like if you are depressed.
Deutsch? Ja.
Toasty, das hilft nicht. Guck, wenn er läuft, wenn er dir nicht folgt mit seinen Augen oder schnell ist er normal. Hä?
Weiter.
Midnight Saucy, hallo. Das ist der Creep-Simulator. Wir sind eine Frau, die nachts im Subway Männer mit einer receding Hairline stalkt.
Lol.
Okay, ich gehe jetzt einfach mal geradeaus. Meinst du die richtige Richtung? Was ist dieses Klickgeräusch? Hä? Das war vorher noch nicht da. If you find... Progress! Vielleicht ist es Zeit... Kniefel? Das ist eine Kniefel. If you don't find another, do not turn back. Anomaly! Anomaly! He's too fast! This is normal. I figured it out! Hi! Ah! Oh, no, I hate it. I hate it very much. I don't like it. It is a horror game. LOL. I guess I fucked up. Or is this the anomaly? I guess I fucked up. I didn't see an anomaly. Restart the game. What do you mean? Okay, so it instantly starts from the beginning. Don't get dark again. Is that turning back? Should I not turn back? Okay, I guess I cannot look back. Okay. Okay, I need to not look back. Only forward. Or not. You can look backwards. I guess then I'm just dumb. So it looks very normal. Sometimes you have to. Eh? But there wasn't anything! Eh? Can I just wait? Yes, we were at 4, stage 4 or something. This is all very normal. Eh? Ah, okay, now we're at 1. Okay. Okay, this is definitely not correct. So I can just sit here and wait. Is the click always at the same moment? Yes! Progress. Ah! Did you see that? Ugh. Hi. Hello? There was like a weird shadow in the wall. Hi. Hey, dude. Nice to see you. Okay, we're at 5.
Old man.
Hi. Long time no see. Wait, did the poster just flinch? I feel like the poster just changed colors. Oh no, it didn't. Okay. 6. Hi. Wait. The right side, was there 2 knobs? Are they that tricky? Like there weren't 2 red circles. Okay. I don't know, I didn't see anything. Okay, that was wrong. I didn't see it. Okay, I'm just gonna wait here. Okay, Shane. I'm gonna wait here because... Okay, when, like, where's the spot where the anomalies end? Though, like, what's the ending point? Till when can anomalies happen?
Very.
I didn't see shit. Okay, I guess I oversaw something. Okay, let's wait here and just see. Okay, this looks very normal. Are you sure? Hi. This looks very normal to me. Yeah, okay, it was normal. Okay. Wait, no. He's looking at me. He's looking at me. Would be very funny if he tripped. You think so? Yeah, was he slower than normally? I didn't realize that. Okay, what's his pace? He's a little bit faster now? Is he faster? I feel like he's faster. But I don't believe myself. I'm glad that I didn't believe myself. Okay, 2. I wasn't sure if this was our animation. Okay! I heard it, but I was like, did someone redeem the drink water thing? Okay, sound effects can also happen. Good to know. This doesn't help when I hear sounds. Okay, so 4 squares from the left is the yellow line, by the way. 4 squares from the left. Okay. Like 4 squares white and then yellow. Does it make a difference when this weird sound comes? Because the sound was too early now. You know, this clicking sound. I guess not. Way too early now, you know? Hey, I'm so fucking scared that something's gonna happen. I didn't see it! What happened? Oh my god. Okay, we're gonna run now. Just so I know. looked normal to me. But it wasn't. I didn't see it. The yellow line moved? When does the anomaly... Well, before that, the anomaly happened, like, when I turned... Okay. Was wrong. He's not looking at me. Yeah, we got to 6 before. Okay, maybe the posters. Red, blue, yellow, white, pink, black. 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 Okay, that's correct. He's doing normal. Thank you for the follow! Eat gas! Nope. I didn't see it. Red, blue, yellow, white, pink, black. He's faster. He's faster. He's faster. Don't fool me. He's still faster, no? Red, blue, yellow, white, pink, black. Four. Wait, look, they have a different color. They don't have the line. Did you see that? On the bottom. Did you see that? The yellow thingies didn't have the pattern. Ah.
Yes, very.
He was glowing in his chest. Red, blue, yellow, white, pink, black. He was glowing in his chest. I saw it. Did you see that he had a little glow in his chest? I saw a glow, but I don't trust myself. He has a phone in his right hand and maybe reflection. Yeah. Okay, yes. It was wrong. I don't care. We figured something out. Okay. Red, blue, yellow, white, pink, black. Red. Oh! All the posters were pink. Red, blue, yellow, white, pink, black. The pattern is normal. I see no smoking. It's a green cigarette. He has a phone in his hand. He is not looking at me. His walk is steady. Mom's spaghetti. There's 2 vents, 2 doors. Yes, that was correct. Okay. Next one. We have red, blue, yellow, white, pink, black. He's walking at normal speed. The buzzing sound is very loud this time. Wait, it's upside down. Oh, because I went back. Okay. Okay, again. Wait, there's a door missing. No? There was a door missing on the right. Red, blue, yellow, white, pink, black. There's the door. The pattern is normal. Green cigarette. Red, blue, yellow, white. Did this look this way? This didn't look the way. This didn't look this way before. It was a different poster. I'm pretty sure. I'm not 100% sure. Yeah, okay. Pattern. Green cigarette. Red, blue, yellow, white, pink, black. Okay, the poster is actually the one. I don't see an anomaly. He has a phone. He has a phone. Okay, we oversaw something. Red, blue, yellow, white, pink, black. His walk. Is he faster? Wait. This game made me go insane. It does. We're gonna try. I don't know if he's faster. I think he's not. He has a phone in his hand. He's walking. He's not looking at me. There's 2 vents. There's 3 doors. Okay. We have... The pattern is correct. The cigarette is green. No smoking. We have smile, open 8-8. Does that change too? That would be disgusting. Open. He has a phone in his hand. Wait, is the music from the music or from in-game? From music. Okay. Maybe that's not a good idea. Red, blue, yellow, white, pink, black.
Red, blue, yellow, white, pink, black. A phone in
Ew.
his hand. Not looking at us. No smoking. Keep left. 3 doors. 2 vents.
Okay, there was dirt coming out of the vent. Okay, the pattern is correct. 4 from the left. Green cigarette. 8. Smile. 8-8. She... Okay. He has a phone. There's 2 vents. He has a phone in his hand. He's walking. There's the dog. There's the thing. There's that thing. Was that here before? This thing? Ah! Can we go back and check what we did wrong? Okay, there's these squares on the ceiling. Okay, they are actually there. Okay. Green cigarette. He has blue, red, blue, yellow, white, pink, black. There's 2 vents. He has a phone in his hand. He's walking. Concourse. Green Green, brown. Green, brown. Let's remember that. Green, brown. Red, blue, yellow, white, pink, black. 4. Pattern is correct. Green cigarette. 8. There's 2 vents. There's 3 doors. Green, brown, concourse. Okay. Red, blue, yellow, white, pink, black. 4. The pattern is correct. Green cigarette. 8. 2 vents. 8, 8. Smile. He has the phone in his hand. He's not looking at me. He's just walking. I would laugh so hard if he would trip at some point. Green. Does it stop? Woo! Red, blue, yellow, white, pink, black. 2 vents. Smoking is green. He has a phone in his hand. He's walking. He's not looking at me. Concourse. Exit 8. Ah! The eyes were looking. The eyes were looking back. Okay, we're at 4 now. Ah! Ooh. Not my thing. Ah! Don't do that. Red, blue, yellow, white, pink, black. He's walking. The cigarette is green. No smoking. 8, 8. Open. He has a phone in his hand. Is he looking at me? Are you looking at me? Sir? He's not looking at me. He's walking. Exit 8. 2 vents. Oh, her eyes! One eye was blue, one eye was brown! Ha! But didn't you... Wasn't that the case? Didn't you see that too? I saw that. Red, blue, yellow, white, pink, black. Green cigarette. Blubbers. I guess I'm colorblind. 2 vents. 8. He's walking. He has a phone in his hand. Concourse. Okay. Oh, it looks like this all the time. That's why. I thought she had 2 brown eyes, but one is brown, one is not. Like, one is colored, one is not. Ah, okay. I'm sorry. I expected the advertisers to do a good job, and they didn't. Okay? I'm sorry. That was not symmetrical. Okay. There's a pattern on the ground. A green cigarette. No smoking. Red, blue, yellow, white, pink, black. He's walking. He is... Is he slow? 8. He has a phone in his hand. He's not looking at me. 2 vents. Zooey. This is looking normal. This is looking quite normal. It was wrong. I didn't see it. Okay. Red, blue, yellow, white, pink, black. I think he was walking slow. I'm not sure. No smoking. Green. Thing. Zooey. 2 vents. He has a phone in his hand. He's not looking at me. He's walking. He has a stripe on his thing. Zooey. Okay, this is alright. I think. It sucks. The poster with the eye was wrong. What was wrong about it? Okay, red, blue, yellow, white, pink, black. They were following me. I didn't see it. Okay, the cigarette is green, no smoking. The pattern on the ground fits. 8. Oh, the thingies are out of place. Yeah, I didn't see it. I always go the route I'm going at, okay? I always check the same stuff. Okay, red, blue, yellow, white, pink, black. There's 2 vents. There's a cigarette. The pattern on the ground is correct. The cigarette is green. 8. He's walking. There are 2 vents. He's... Okay. Is the size of the side above you correct? Concourse? Well, I don't see an anomaly. No, okay, it was correct. Okay, 3. So, red, blue, yellow, white, pink, black. He's walking. The pattern on the ground is correct. We have a green cigarette on the wall. Exit 8. 8, 8, open. Blue? There's 2 vents. Nothing special about the vents. Is he looking at me? He's not looking at me. He has a phone in his hand. He has 2 shoes on and a white stripe on his thingy. Were there blue dots on this before? Were the blue dots there before? Did this have blue dots before? I feel like it didn't. I'm gonna go back. Oh! Okay. Red, blue, yellow, white, pink, black. There's the pattern on the ground. The cigarette is green. Exit 8. 2 vents. 8, 8. Do I have to remember these? He is walking. He has a phone in his hand and his bag thing. Exit. Zoe. Oh, it has blue it has... Ah, but they were smaller. Okay. Concourse. This looks all correct. You know, they were overlapping. I'm not sure. Maybe I just saw things. Security camera in operation. They're not looking at me. This looks normal. Aha, okay. We are at 5. Oh, God. Red, blue, yellow, white, pink, black. 4. The pattern on the ground is correct. The cigarette is green. No smoking. Exit 8. There's the lights. 8, 8 with a smile. Blue. PLC store. He's walking. He has a phone in his hand. Concourse. The eyes are not following me. Okay, we're at 6. I'm scared. Red, blue, yellow, white, pink, black. The pattern on the ground is correct. The cigarette is green. 8. 2 vents. 8, 8 with a smile. Blue BLC store. He is walking. He has 2 shoes on. He has a basket. He has a phone in his hand. Everything looks normal about him. Exit 8. Zoe. Concourse. The eyes are normal. I don't see it. If there was something, then I didn't see it. No! Okay. Well, I didn't see it. Can I, like, check? Oh! This! This is not normal. This is definitely not normal. Okay, now we know. Okay. This is a door for the females. Okay. The pattern on the ground is correct. There's a green cigarette. 8. Red, blue, yellow, white, pink, black. Smile. He's walking. He has a phone in his hand. There's 2 vents. The knobs on the doors are not correct. The knobs on the doors are again not correct. Aha. We see more things. Red, blue, yellow, white, pink, black. The cigarette is green. The pattern on the ground matches. There's 2 vents. 8, 8, blue. The knobs on the door are correct. He's walking. Is he looking at me? Are you looking at me, sir? He's not. He has a phone in his hand. He has 2 shoes on. Concourse. The blue dots. Nothing is following me. I think this is a correct hallway. Okay, next one. Red, blue, yellow, white, pink, black. He is walking. The pattern on the ground is correct. Green cigarette. 8. He's walking. The knobs on the doors seem correct. The vent. He has a phone in his hand and 2 shoes on. He's not looking at me. Zoe. Ah! I don't like it! Can you stop? Red, blue, yellow, white, pink, black. He's knocking. Green cigarette. The pattern on the ground is correct. 8. Red, blue, yellow, white, pink, black. Yes, C-store. He has a phone in his hand. He's not looking at me. This is not normal. There was like smudge on the ceiling. Binding of Isaac music. Okay. Red, blue, yellow, white, pink, black. The cigarette is green. The pattern on the ground is normal. Exit 8. Red, blue, yellow. Looks normal. Exit 8. He has a phone in his hand. 2 shoes on. This looks normal. Concourse. The knobs on the doors are fine. The vents are fine. The posters look correct. These are not following me. Okay, we missed something. Okay, what was it that we missed? Green cigarette. Okay, left, left.
Signore?
They're all on the left, the knobs.
Signore.
Dirty floor. Oh yeah, the floor is kind of dirty-ish. So this is not what it used to be. The dirty floor. I'm not wearing them, no. Okay, let's check if Sonic is correct. Red, blue, yellow, white, pink, black. The pattern on the floor is correct. Green cigarette. Okay, the floor is dirty again, Sonic. I don't know if it's just the same wrong room. He's smiling very creepily and I hate it very much. Ugh. Don't you hate it when men smile at you? In the subway? Red, blue, yellow, white, pink, black, green cigarette. The thing on the ground is normal. There's an 8, 8, 8. There's 2 vents. She's smiling. Zoe, he has a phone in his hand, 2 shoes on. Concourse. This looks correct. The knobs are all on the left side. The eyes are not following me. This looks very normal. Does it start from the beginning if you mess up? Yeah, if we mess up, this thing is at 0, like it is now. That means we messed up. Like each time the number rises from the 0, we gone up a level. Cam lights. Cam lights. Oh yeah! I didn't see that! It does. This slide was on. Doesn't happen often, yes. Okay, let's... Okay, from the beginning, we are learning each time we go through, we learn something. This camera is not on. 4 on the left. The cigarette is green. 8. Red, blue, yellow, white, pink, black. He's walking towards us. 8, 8. The knobs are all on the left side. He has a phone in his hand. 2 shoes on with the same color. Concourse. This looks all very correct. This is off. Knobs on the left side. The thing here is on. I don't see something wrong. Okay. Again. Red, blue, yellow, white, pink, black. The pattern on the ground is correct. We have a green cigarette. 8. The lights of the cameras are off. Is it always that bright, that red light on the right? I don't know. It doesn't seem like it is. He is walking. He has a phone in his hand. 2 shoes on. The knobs are all on the left side. Concourse. Is the light always that bright? I feel like it's not. The eyes are not following us. I didn't see it. Okay. Was correct. We are level 2. Red, blue, yellow, white, pink, black. The pattern on the ground is correct. We have a green cigarette. No smoking. The lights of the cams are out. 8, 8. He is... The door is open. The door was open. The door was open on the right. There was an open door. We're at 3. Red, blue, yellow, white, pink, black. There's an 8. The pattern on the bottom is correct. There's no smoking green cigarette. 8, 8, 8. Guys. He has a phone in his hand. This looked kind of weird. Looks normal to me. No! Okay. What did we miss? The doorknobs? Did I miss doorknobs? What did I miss? Oh, turn back, turn back, turn back. I didn't look at this time. Oh my god, I didn't look back. I hate it. Okay. Where's the number with the level here? This is the number with the level. We're starting over because we did something wrong. Exit 8. Wait, this looks wrong. Is it upside down? It's upside down. Okay. Exit 8 now looks correct. The pattern on the ground is correct. Green cigarette, no smoking. The lights of the cameras are off. Red, blue, yellow, white, pink, black. 2 vents. Knobs on the left side. He's walking. He has a phone in his hand. It's not particularly fast. Turn back, turn back, turn back. Aha. Aha. We always get a random anomaly or not anomaly. It's always random. So it doesn't matter which level we're on. Red, blue, yellow, white, pink, black. The pattern on the ground is correct. The cigarette is green. No smoking. Exit 8. Is he bigger than normally? He's so much bigger. He's so much bigger than he usually was. That's what she said. I wish. Okay. Red, blue, yellow, white, pink, black. The ground seems normal. Green cigarette. Exit 8. 8, 8. Blue. The knobs are all on the left side. Zooey. Concourse. The lights are off from the cameras. There's no smudges. Well, I don't see it. Okay, level 4. Red, blue, yellow, white, pink, black. Is he faster? Is he smaller? Is he smaller than usually? Is he smaller? Is he smaller? I think he's smaller. I think he's smaller. Is he smaller? Okay, 5. Red, blue, yellow, white, pink, black.
Yes, very.
Green cigarette. Can we turn off the music? Because it's not good. He has a phone in his hand, 2 shoes on. Concourse. The knobs are all on the left side. This is correct. No lights. This is not following me. I don't see it. Yes, okay. Level 6. Level 6. Woo! Red, blue, yellow, white, pink, black. Level 8. The bottom thing is correct. No smoking, green cigarette. Exit. 8, 8. He has a phone in his hand, 2 shoes on. Concourse. Oh, the camera's on! Shinora, don't! 7. Red, blue, yellow, white, pink, black. The pattern on the ground is correct. The lights look fine. He looks smaller? Is he smaller again? He looks small. He looks very small. Do you see it? I'm pretty sure he's smaller. Is he? He's fine. Okay, then I'm tripping. The knobs are all on the left side. There's no smudges. Wait, this is glowing. Is this... Have the lights been glowing the whole time? Do you see this? Has this always been the case? Eight. Red, blue, yellow, white, pink, black. The pattern on the ground is correct. These are off. Cigarette is green, no smoking. Exit 8. 8, 8 with a smile. The knobs are all on the left side. He has a phone in his hand and 2 shoes on. Okay, we can take all the time we want. Doorknob is on the left. Vents. No smudges. No camera. This is also fine. This is not watching me. I'm pretty sure this is normal. I'm pretty sure this is a very normal hallway. I don't see wrong things. Oh guys, we did it! In an hour! Yay! It took us an hour.
Turn back, turn back.
We're not turning back. Kotaka create! Nice! Yeah, it's very light. Dark mode, please. Exit 8 uses Unreal Engine. You're so smart. Yeah, it took me a while to recognize what I have to do. Thank you for using the underground passageway. We apologize for any inconveniences may cause you. They are free of anomalies that have not been found. We appreciate your understanding and cooperation. No problem. Oh, what? No, that's not what I see. I don't know. I don't know them anymore. Okay, good to know. I mean, we could search for the next anomalies because we have 20 minutes left. I cannot read in Japanese. There's There's kanji in this? I can do hiragana and even that not good. When I'm forced. I don't know most symbols. Go watashi. I think this is the sign for... Is that the sign for... I don't know. Itadaki arigato gozaimasu. Go. I think that means watashi. For real? But I cannot do kanji. So. Should we search for the other anomalies? I'm very slow with the Japanese, though. Should we search for the other anomalies for the next 20 minutes, or should we just do marbles? Because Sonic took his win from last time anyway. I mean, we can try to find the anomalies. Or speedrun. Let's do speedrun. Oh. Left, 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 left. Ah, we missed something. Look. Cigarette was blue. This is very green. Red, blue, yellow, white, pink, black. Oh, you mean the last one? No. It's green. The pattern on the ground seems normal. This looks correct. Concourse. Okay, it must be something we haven't seen, so... Maybe he didn't have his phone in his hand? I didn't look at him. No smoking. Okay, how many lights till the sign? It's always above the first door. Okay. I mean, we can look at him. Is he standing here? Let's look at him. I don't see it. Was he watching his phone? Only in the end, when he stands in the end, he's watching his phone, yes. Also, I'm gonna make Trigger Fire less loud. It's obnoxiously loud, and I hate it very much. Yes. Is there something with the posters, maybe? I just thought for a second she's holding a knife towards the neck of the dog. They wouldn't put that in. Makeup art. Photo exhibition. Movie fest. Someone see it? I don't see it. I really do not see it. Okay, maybe let's look at the bottom. Exit 8. Is this upside down? Is the 8 on the left side usually? No. On course. Yeah, maybe he was doing something wrong. That sucks. Okay, let's just... What the fuck? Ah, okay, wait. Red, blue, yellow, white, pink, black. No smoking. 8. Left side knobs. Holding his phone. Do I have to go back because the exit is not here? Is this actually the exit? Should we have started over? Is this can't be the actual exit. Should we go back? Is that what it is? Is this a trap? Or is this the actual exit? Okay, let's go back. Yes, 2. Good job. Nice trap. Red, blue, yellow, white, pink, black. Camera is not on. Smoking. Pattern is correct. Exit 8. He has his phone and is walking normally. Concourse. Knobs are on the left side. No smudges on the ceiling. I think this is correct. Okay, it is not correct. What did we oversee? It wasn't him. Knob is on the left side. The eye sign. What about it? Ew! Ew! It's disgusting. Ew. Ew! Can it not? That's disgusting. I don't like it. Okay. Found another thing. 8. Red, blue, yellow, white, pink, black. Exit doorknobs left side. Concourse. Is he looking at me? No, he has a phone in his hand. This is not moving. I don't like it when a poster moves while I'm moving with me. It's spooky. Red, blue, yellow, white, pink, black. Exit. This is not... The cigarette is green. For a second I thought he wasn't making more steps. Do you hear that? Is it me? Am I tripping? Exit 8, concourse. Did you hear that? Or is it myself walking? I watch you with eyes. Should I look away? No, no, no. I mean when a poster... Like when it's something that shouldn't be able to watch. Like, to look. You know? Posters, okay. I think this is fine. Yes. See the glow? That's too much glow. Oh, we found all the anomalies! We found them all! I just got an achievement! We found them all! Nice. Ew. Okay. He was way too fast. It's very bright again. It's too bright. Don't tell me this is not too bright. This is usually not that bright. I'm going back. You can't tell me that this is how the lights usually are. Is it all of them? Look, it's again. The light is again glowing. Like it shouldn't be. Do you see this? Is this normal? Has it always been this way? Am I just dumb? Has it always been that way and I've not witnessed it? I'm also not sure. Here's a phone in his hand. The knobs are on the left side. I feel like they wouldn't put the same one twice. Oh, the eyes were moving. I guess it has always been that way. Okay. There... Was the door always that far away? I feel like the door is... Okay, this is green. Red, blue, yellow, white, pink, black. Exit 8. He has a phone in his hand. Has this always been this way? I feel like this looks wrong, but I don't know what exactly. I'm just gonna move forward. Red, blue, yellow, white, pink, black. Exit, green. No smudges. The thing is not on. Knobs on the left side. He has a phone in his hand. It's always better when you see an anomaly because then you know something is off. It sucks when you haven't found anything because then it's like, did I miss it? I don't see anything. My steps come later. Has it always been this way? Do you hear that? When I move? Was it always this way? Thank you, Midnight Saucy. Has it always been this way? That it's not in sync? Okay, let's take it as an... Fuck! Okay, it has always been this way. The red thing next to the red light is different now. Well, I fucked it up. Okay, let's do an actual speedrun. We have 10 minutes left. Oh, the light is on. Pattern okay, pattern okay. Red, blue, yellow, white, pink, black. Oh, the poster was some creepy skull. Red, blue, yellow, white, pink, black. Pattern, pattern. Exit 8. On course. Hi. Not looking at me, phone. Camera's not on. This is not moving with me. Oh, doorknob! Red, blue, yellow, white, pink, black. Cigarette, pattern. Exit 8. Of course, he has a phone in his hand. He's walking. These are not moving. Camera light is not on. No smudges on the ceiling. Red, blue, yellow, white, pink, black. Lights are okay. Pattern on the ground is okay. Cigarette is green. Knobs. 8. Left, left, left. A phone in his hand. We're getting very good at this. The eyes are not moving. Light's not on. Looks okay to me. Red, blue, yellow, white, pink, black. No smudges. Pattern on the ground is okay. 8. Her eyes. Ew. Ew. 6. Red, blue, yellow, white, pink, black. This pattern is okay. This is okay. There's no smudges on the ceiling. The ground is okay. Has this always have a tag thingy? Concourse. He has a phone. He's not looking at me. Is the tag... Has this always been there? 2023? I feel like it wasn't. Could be wrong. Left, left. Camera's not on. The eyes are not... I really hated that. 8. The pattern on the ground is okay. The cigarette is okay. Red, blue, yellow, white, pink, black. This looks all good and fine to me. There is smudges on the ceiling. Okay, I feel like we're ready to speedrun this now. Red, blue, yellow, white, pink, black. No smudges. Cameras on. Pattern on the ground is okay. This is green. Looks okay to me. Looks okay to me. Exit. All knobs are on the left. He has a phone in his hand. He's walking. This doesn't say backwards. This is fine. This is fine. This is fine. The eyes are not following me. The camera is not on. My God! I'm glad we've finished this already. Is it one of the posters? The dog always looking to the right? The first door. What about it? Sonic, what's up with the first door? Do tell. Should be before the 8 sign. Really? I thought it was always directly underneath it. Which it also isn't. Yes, you're right. It was the door. Good job, Sonic. I didn't see it. Okay. We have 5 minutes. I want to see if I can beat this again. 8. Red, blue, yellow, white, pink, black. It's again at the wrong spot. It's the same room, Sonic? No. Okay, I cannot do it. I cannot do it again. Red, blue, yellow, white, pink, black. Don't know if visual bug. Oh, actually. Doorknobs on the left. This is after the sign. He has a phone in his hand. He's walking. I'm too exhausted about watching all these things. Yeah, it's annoying as fuck. Red, blue, yellow, white, pink, black. Green cigarette. Pattern on the ground is okay. Nothing wrong with the posters. This is after it. There's concourse. He is looking normal. Dots. The eyes are not moving. There's no cam on. There was the dude in the wall. Did you see it? Ew. Red, blue, yellow, white, pink, black. This is okay. The pattern on the ground is okay. The posters look fine. Exit 8. It's afterwards. He has a phone in his hand. Okay, red, blue, yellow, white, pink, black. Not too loud. Whoever put in that sound effect made it not too loud. Exit. This is afterwards. The knobs are all on the left side. This is looking good. It doesn't look, say, turn away. He looks fine as well. The eyes are not watching us. The cam is not on. Red, blue, yellow, white, pink, black. Ceiling looks fine. Bottom pattern is okay. This is fine. This is fine. The posters are fine. All knobs are on the left side. This doesn't say turn back. He has his phone and doesn't look at me or smile or anything weird. Ceiling is not on. What about the eyes? Eyes are not following me. Camera's turned off. No smudges on the ceiling. Okay. I fucked it up. I couldn't do it twice. Countdown. Yes, it's over. But I don't see what the thing is. Eyes. Security cam. This looks fine. 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 Are all posters bigger? Oh, that could be the case. Yes. Didn't check that. No, it's always been Move-a-fees. It's a Japanese game, Sonic. They're not so good with the English. Okay, let's see if they're actually bigger. Okay, they're like this big. Shinora, let's see if you're correct. Yes, Shinora. I did not see it. I did not see it. Okay, cool game. I like it. Was fun. Whoever made this, good job. Nice little game. We finished it in an hour. And we've got no other anomalies. We have 100% achievement on this game. Very nice. Very nice. Good job. Good job, everyone, for helping. Sometimes, like, you go crazy a bit when you play this. Because you're like, did I oversee something? Did I not? Also, it's not good to play this with music. Or with my stream, because you think that the water is actually the sound effect that we have. I wanted to start Marbles. 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 Let's go. My thingy is wet because I forgot to do the fingers. Sonic, I hope you just believe me that it was 3 fingers. There was no sound? Ah, okay, I get it. Okay, my bots now have no sound? No, wait. No, only the evil bot has no sound. The evil bot now has no sound. That's very true. I need to look this up. The evil bot has no sound right now, but it's fine. Who cares? I can do this after the stream. Oh, the wrinkles. Have they been there the whole gameplay? Let me fix it.
Balls.
Balls. This should be better now. Which number are we gonna play? What do you mean? Ah, I've tried to do something with your clips from last Funday. Your green screen is a fucking bitch. Yes. But that's mostly because I was also partly green, right? Sonic, what's the number you wanna... What's the number? I need a green screen that is not green. Like I need a blue screen or something. Or red screen. I don't know what color I take. 3. Okay. Twists and turns. It has to be a color that's not on my body. Or better lighting. Or better... I think it's the room I'm in. It's the room I'm in. Because of the spacing, I don't have enough space to put the lights in a correct place where they're always correctly all the time. You know, I don't have that. Exclamation mark play in the chat if you want to join the Marbles Race. The winner of the Marbles Race decides the next game we're going to play for 1 hour and 30 minutes. It can be any game if you win. If you win, you can choose any game. You can win multiple times as well. This is new. This is a 2024 thing. You can, if you win multiple times in a row, you can just choose another game because you're the winner. You're a winner. Exclamation mark play in the chat. Very democratic win. It can only be one person and they are chosen randomly. So it's very democratic. You need a better light and you need a green screen without faults. I need to set it up better, yes. I need to set it up better. Very true. I just don't, it's so much effort. I don't know. We will see if I do it. I'm gonna shut the countdown. Everyone who's not in the race, too bad for you. Because you cannot win. If you don't participate, you cannot win. Why, Shinoro? Why are you asking? Do you already know what you would choose if you would win? I can send you a link and you tell me what you think about it. Okay, Sonic? Small talk. Ah. Shinora, they're not... Shinora, we're all like... Shinora, we're all gamers. We're not good in small talk. Okay? We don't talk to people. We talk to AI. In video games. Sorry, you should be. Okay, let's go. Bloop. What was the button? P? No, wasn't there a button to like shift, control? I don't know. Alt? Oh no, Alt is the okay. Okay, let's see who's gonna win. Shinora is here twice because the Shinora one with the square is just Shinora in the past, who's won the game the fastest in our community. This track. So this is Ghost Shinora. This is just the fastest run we ever had on this map. So he's not real. If he wins, then that's not true. Oh, it's the cervix. It's the cervix map. I remember. It's a very female map. I cleaned my ball today. Hopefully, I will beat my personal record. Yeah, I hope so too. I hope so too. If it's smooth, it definitely rolls down faster. It really does. But when someone is in front of you who did not clean their ball, then you obviously go through their mess. Because you have to. You know? Okay, so far, I'm not gonna say. I'm not gonna say. Because then you tell me that I'm... What? Sometimes you need to roll and sometimes you need to cube. Yes. Cube your ball. Say it, rig it. He almost won again. Merlin! Like Shinora. Merlin, you've won! Merlin! I want to be behind Shane. There's get tailwind. Did you hear Shane? He wants to be behind you. You rolled? Yes. So what's your game? What's the choice? What do you want to see for 1 hour and 30 minutes? What's your chosen segment of the stream? What do you want to see on here? Beyond Our Reason. Promo for my group gameplay. Shinora. Beyond Our Reason. RTS. Can I only get it on their website? Play. Download and play. For free. Is it on Steam? Or is it only on their website? Yes, website, okay. Download. Download Windows Installer.
Leave a like if you are depressed.
Save. Takes like 5 minutes. Okay, let's see. Blum, 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 blum. Hello? And you only need an account when you want to play online. And we don't want that? Only for me. It installs it in app data. What? Why? Finish. Okay, let's see. It's downloading. What do you mean on your phone? You mean like YouTube and something else? I feel like it depends on the phone. Sometimes they just pause it, and sometimes one is muffled and the other is louder. I don't know. I've never checked. There probably is a way. I mean, on my PC, I have to use a... Like, okay, no. Actually, everything is at the same time all the time on the PC. I forgot. I don't know. Never checked. Never cared. But why, Shinora? Why do you need it? I'm so proud you turned your Discord sounds off. Why? Oh. Oh yeah, I wanted to look at your... Okay, let me see. Sonic, what? Sonic, the problem is what you're showing me is something you put behind like one person or one chair. And I have like, this is behind me. I have a green screen that's 4 meters wide. 4 meters. Because I want to do stuff. I want to work from left to right and stuff like that. So this doesn't really work. I want to hear music in the background and watch a video. That's weird. Use another device. I have so many phones. Just use them at the same time. Okay, while we're waiting, let me do another Duolingo mission lesson. Anyone who started Duolingo this year? So no monies. Oh, yeah. I'm making bank from a job, not from streaming. But yes, I'm very, like, Twitch money. Where is it? Mr. Roboto! How far is the green screen from your chair? I would say 3 meters. Maybe 2. 2 to 3. Boop, 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 boop. If you want to, you can add me, by the way. I just don't know how you add me on Duolingo. Or I can share. I can share an invite. Ah! Then just move the smaller one closer to the chair. What do you mean smaller one? You mean that I have 2? Show me the money. That's too late. Hello? Domo arigato, Mr. Roboto.
Balls.
Domo arigato, Mr. Roboto.
Hey. Hi.
Hi, Nismo!
Hey.
K on. You also can add it to your chair. This was not good. This was not good.
Balls.
I wanted to show you the install. It's not my correct. New background leaked. Yeah, but I'm not gonna buy it because Sonic is not the smartest. Sonic is not the smartest. Because you can... So Sonic sent me... You know those green screens that you can put directly behind your desk? Chair? Like you can clip it on your chair directly on it. That's like clipped on it. Like that you have, like, it's set up right behind your chair, so when you move, you have a green screen behind you. You know what I mean? That works, that maybe works when I'm gaming, yes, but not when I'm, like, doing things in the background. When we do memes. It doesn't work. Because I'm moving. I need space. Okay.
Yes, very.
I know. This is Nightbot. This is still Nightbot. Yes. Okay, I cannot. It doesn't matter. I wanted to do something cool. I'm just gonna leave it. I'm at step 1 of 5 in the downloads. And okay, let me just go to... Let's just chill here while we wait.
Signora.
How much RTS did you play in your life? I played StarCraft. For a few years. In my teens. Like 5 years? 4 years? Or you could just roll up the part of the screen that's on the ground. And I also played Civilization Revolution. Is that an RTS? Is that an RTS? It's not an RTS. Or is it? No. Or you could just roll up the part of the ground. Hamster Disco. I want to send this to Discord. And I will. Give me a sec. Doop. Okay. Actually, here. Can someone try what happens?
Check it.
Can you, like, scan this? Hachi! Hachi! You're back! Hachi! Hachi! Nice. I'm gonna put it into our link channel. Okay, if you want to add me, because I think it's cool, actually. If you want to add me on Duolingo, if you also play Duolingo, you can go to our Discord into the links channel. And why is it not in there? Okay, now it is. Maybe it's said twice now, I don't know. It's now in the links channel of my Discord. If you want to add me in Duolingo. My eyes are not staying open, so not sure if I will. Hachi, when did you arrive? Like, when did you land? Didn't you land like yesterday? Is it your time? Your body clock is not adjusted yet? Hachi? What is it? Okay, it did not post it for some reason. Like, it posted it on my phone, but not in... I don't see it in Discord, but I see it on my phone. Ah, it's sending ... Okay. It's uploading, but it doesn't upload. Okay. Okay, it doesn't want to upload. Good.
Leave a like if you
We have no internet. Then it's Friday evening, but for my body, it's like 6 a.m. Oh, God. How much time do you think you need to adjust? You can't scan. Well, I have work tomorrow, so I don't get much time. I have work tomorrow, so I don't get much time. Hachi, rather be awake for work. Ah, our thing is completely downloaded. Start. Work tomorrow, yes. Business trip tomorrow for me. Oh, I have to make an account. Oh no, you said I don't have to.
Signore? Signore.
Let me fix. Oh, the music is cool. And very loud. Settings. It's so loud. Yeah, it lets you play against bots offline when you want to, but if you want to play with other people, you need an account. Okay, I mean, we can first start with the bots and then continue if we're doing good or not. Top right corner.
Yes, very.
Simple AI is very easy. Okay, we will see.
Yes, very.
What is this? Graphics. Borderless window. Borderless window sounds not good. Where's my... Can I not set up the resolution? Ding dong. Up. Okay, let me make it so you see the game. Beyond all reason. There it is. That's the game. Can I not set up the resolution? This is so small. No. Settings. I don't see... I don't see a resolution. User interface scale. Ah, okay. This is good. Okay. Graphics. No, graphics doesn't do... This is graphics. In-game display mode full screen. Menu display mode borderless. Okay. Okay, I think this is okay. Multiplayer and co-op replays. You got a big screen, I guess, when you need to scale up the UI. 27-inch. It's not, like... I think I accidentally lowered it. Okay, let's leave it at this. Single player. Can someone switch us to the correct game? Ah, thank you, so good job. We're thinking the same. Skirmish. Simple AI. What? What? There's no tutorial or something? Choose in game. What does that mean? Okay, we're gonna figure it out. How bad can it be? How hard can it be to figure it out? How hard can it be? Now it's RTS, learn on the fly. Okay, let's start. Which fly? Very epic. Epic music. What's this? Woo! Game is loud. Yeah. Gonna turn it down even lower. Test. 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 Weird. Oh, it's so loud. Oh, my God. Okay, start your location. What?
Please choose your starting location.
Oh no, it's twice. Is it twice? Wait. Wait. How do I move? Ah, okay. Smash your foes with brute force. Outsmart your foes with tactical finesse. Can I already put down stuff? Oh God. Do you hear the in-game music twice? Or just once? Metal extract more from metal, convert 70 into 1 metal per sec. Increase metal storage. Produce energy. Okay. Increase the energy storage. Produce tech bots. Produce vehicles. Uh-huh. Okay. Can they do multiple at once? No, just one. Yeah, let me, metal extractor. Merlin! You said I can figure it out myself. We're gonna try to. Extract metal from metal spots. Converts energy. Why is the in-game thing still so loud? So loud for me. Do you hear the in-game music? Cause the torpedo launcher converts into metal, increases metal storage, produces energy, produces tech, early warning system. Okay, so this is battle. Can we turn off the music? Which music do you want to listen to? The in-game music or? It's less loud, okay. Why is it so loud for me? It is so loud for me and I cannot fix it. Wait. Test. Okay. Let me fix it in the settings. Let me just make the whole game a little bit less loud so we can actually... Okay. Hello? PC, talk to me. My PC does not wanna... My PC does not want to react. So request music. We have to decide. We cannot do both. We cannot do in-game music and songs.
That is relatable.
Unless, I mean... Okay. Okay. Then I do this. How about we turn music off? And just the sound. And now we start music. I think that's the best. Right? We just turn off the in-game music and we turn on... Or? I'm not sure. Maybe like very quiet. Whatever. Okay. Metal extractor. Can I already build it? Oh. I don't get it. I have to say that I don't get it. Oh!
Welcome to Bar. It is your mission to win this battle with both tactical and strategical supremacy. First, you need to produce metal and energy. Start by building a metal extractor on a metal spot, indicated by the rotating circles on the map.
Do you hear the in-game music twice? The in-game sound? Is it there twice for you as well? For me, it's there twice.
You will need to produce energy to efficiently construct units, build windmills or solar panels.
You don't hear in-game music. And I probably have to put it inside of here. Does it produce them automatically?
You can now produce bots. They have high maneuverability and can traverse steep terrain. In general, bots are cheaper to produce, but also less armored.
How do I move? Okay. How do I build little bots that help me? Can I do that? Torpedo launcher. Wait, do I give energy? No. Okay, this took a long time. What is this? Which bot is this? Construction bot. Oh yeah, Twilight. Stealth clockable metal extractor. Extracts metal from metal spots. Increases metal storage. Produces energy. Anti-radar, clockable jammer tower, early warning system, area control laser tower. We should probably do that. Pop-up anti-air missile battery. Anti-air. Does it shoot into the air? I don't know. Cloakable jammer tower. Assistant repair. I don't know. Produces energy. Geometrical power plant. Increases energy storage. Where's my storage? Oh, I'm wasting energy. I need more stuff that uses energy. Okay. Shipyard. Fortification. What is a fortification? Is that a wall? Builds hovercraft. Anti-air bot. Fast infantry rocket bot. Good versus static defensive. What is this? This is the... Okay, how can I make aircraft plant? Okay, what is our... Oh, our enemy is... overflowing.
Nap Crystalback's crystal back attack causes a crystal lack on his back.
Thank you. Early warning system. Offshore torpedo launcher. Floating anti-air tower. Naval fortification. Increases energy storage. I mean, we can do that, but shouldn't we use our... Where do we put... I don't know about the building. Like... produces tech bots. Let's just build everything that we can. Vehicle plant. Bot lab. Advanced bot lab. Early warning system. Cloakable jammer tower. Anti-radar. I don't know what that means. Area control plasma artillery. Coastal torpedo launcher. I mean, this sounds good. Are you testing all the building units? If it's in single player, you can type cheat followed by no cost to create units quickly. Yeah, I'm just going through. Is there a tutorial in this game? We're just trying this game out for the next hour. What the fuck? What are these sounds? Why are you going there?
You're overflowing metal.
Overflowing metal. What do you mean finish? What do you mean finish? A gift to Jimmy. Hey, thank you. What do you mean finish? Don't they finish on their own? I guess not. So I can only build one building. Like, I cannot build multiple at once. I need multiple bots to do this. Probably. I get it. Okay, I need construction bots to build the stuff. Okay. Oh, I need more energy. Build.
Low power.
Yes. Can we just build... You can chain buildings in a build or order by holding shift. A building need a constructor working on it for the duration until it's finished. Okay. I mean, we're gonna figure it out. I'm gonna build the low bob energy things because my bot is like doing this. Does it automatically give me energy? Do I have to like link it? Does my bot have to stand somewhere else? Do I have to move him for it to gain energy? Okay, we're gaining. We're gaining. We're gaining energy. All good. Why is he red? Okay, I'm just gonna build laser towers because I don't know. I can't be bad, right? To build defense. Increases energy storage. Naval. I mean, we can only build that in water, probably. Energy you get from energy buildings, while metal is gained from the metal spots on the ground that you need a metal extract. Yeah, but I don't know. I still haven't figured out. Whoops. Did I just remove something? Where's my... Oh, we have another one. Energy storage. I don't get the building, how to build stuff. Does it have to be in the circles? Is my energy automatically shared among all buildings? You can click the player, which is your command, and right click a metal spot. Yeah, but didn't we already build? Energy is shared. Eh? Am I dumb? I'm right-clicking this. Left one is built. And where do I see it? Is this the top thing here?
Aircraft spotted.
Let's just let them kill each other. Okay, I'm wasting energy. Uh-huh. Okay, I thought I could build multiple things at once. Which I can't. Didn't we build another one? Do I automatically gain? Oh yeah, okay. I see it. I see it. You can click on the meta to see it's working in bottom left. Okay, I get it now. Automatically extracts everything and shares it among all buildings. Okay. 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 Bottom left window is your information window for whatever you are hovering or have selected. Okay, we can... Let me look. Yes. Vehicle plant. Produces one vehicle. What do we need a vehicle for? Okay, why is it so slow again? Because we need metal? Can I upgrade this? I guess not. Ah, it's ready. Does he also have a metal extractor? That's better. Extracts metal from metal spots. Converts it into 1 metal per sec. Oh! Oh! Because you have too little metal, yes. The goal of the game is get energy and metal, get army, attack and kill, yes. That I figured, but when you don't know what the mechanics are from the building... Oh no, 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 no. No, build this. Ah, okay. Okay, now we just... Okay, so my tactic would be to build a lot of energy and just convert the energy. Okay. Assist repair in a large radius. Okay, that's also advanced. Okay. Also building an advanced blood lab which is next to and therefore expensive. Yes. Okay. I already know what I would do differently in my second run. Okay, can you stop fighting each other? It's very loud. Oh. This game tries to relieve the user from micromanaging as much as possible by utilizing building queues using shift key. Yeah, but I need to first figure out, like, what I want to do. Okay, so that shows me... okay, so that shows me how much I'm losing, and this is how much I'm gaining.
An allied commander has died.
Oh, that's an ally. Good to know. We're not gonna give a shit. Ah, we have the... Okay. All-terrain EMP. Amphibious bot. Mobile anti-nuke. Advanced amphibious anti-air bot. Amphibious rolling bombs. Sniper bot. Ooh. Okay, I need more converter thingies. I don't understand, but I always have to... Yeah, my teammate is dying. Look at the cost of the units. I didn't get what they are costing. Produces... What was the thing again?
Has died. Warning.
Yeah.
You have the last commander. You can now produce vehicles and tanks, generally well armored and equipped with heavier weapons. However, vehicles are less maneuverable than bots and cannot traverse steep terrain.
2000. What does that mean? I give you an example. Select your commander, select wind turbine and build menu. Hold shift alt, place the wind turbine and keep holding left click down while dragging. I get it, but I don't know what the buildings do. This is the first every time I start this game. Oh,
low power.
Hi. We're gonna lose this. But it's okay, I've learned a lot. Should we just start over? Because we're not gonna win this? Well, I want to see what the sharpshooter does. Shift Alt, okay. Hey, yeah. I want to see what my sharpshooter does. Don't walk forward. Okay. Okay. Well, that was a loss. You lost. I know. Is quit the game or is quit... Okay. Every building and construction bot has building power, which it uses to build stuff. To build something, it needs to intake the resources of the cost. The build power is the speed the cost is transferred from your storage to the build... What? What? I'll give you an example. Select your command as a turbine. Place the wind turbine and keep holding to make a block of wind turbines, which gets queued. Yes. Every building in construction bot has building power, which it uses to build stuff, to build something. Yeah, it needs to intake the resource of the cost of the build has been split and transformed storage to the build. Yes, I got that. Okay, we're just gonna do it again. And we're gonna give... Can we make them stronger? Can I make the simple AI stronger? Oh, we're playing... Oh, we're noobs against advanced. We're noobs against advanced? No. Wait. Is this an... Why is this a C? Not a raptor. And easy AI mostly defends and doesn't attack much. A simple passive AI that builds only construction unit and turrets. Great for your first game. Oops. Well, I think this should be good enough. You can add an active AI if you want to practice. A game testing AI literally does nothing. I mean, as the enemy. For the enemies. We're just gonna... Is scenario more tutorial-like where they give you something you have to do, or is it just a pre-built map? Keys? Let's just start. Who cares? I don't know. Never played scenarios. But you said I should play this game. I thought you played everything. Look. Press Alt-Z and Alt-X to adjust auto spacing. Aha! That's what you said, Miss Saber. Alt-Z and Alt-X to adjust auto spacing. Is it English keyboard or... Alt-Z and Alt-X to adjust auto spacing. Can't recall. Yeah, you said something about Shift-Alt. Oh, that's not the same. I thought Alt... Oh. You said Shift-Alt. I'm sorry, you didn't give me that tip. Those are the water mine units. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna spawn here again. I was that I can do my first thing.
Welcome to Bar. It is your mission to win this battle with both tactical and strategical supremacy. First, you need to produce metal and energy. You will need to produce energy to efficiently construct units, build windmills or solar panels.
Okay. Wasting metal, okay. Okay, I should go in a better order. Can I rotate? I'm not gonna go and rush someone. Rotate was U. Those keys, weird keys, but okay.
You can now produce bots. They have high maneuverability and can traverse steep terrain. In general, bots are cheaper to produce, but also less armored.
Why is it 1 or 6? I want to build Where is it? Or it doesn't have it. Okay, I can also build a wall. Naval energy tower. There, energy converter. Okay, you build the advanced. Does it make a difference if I build it in the sun?
You're overflowing metal.
Yeah, it's okay. Oh. Can I turn them off? Energy converters here spilled
Low
energy converter
power.
to metal. No solar is fixed with its base on the top UI wind. Solar is fixed. Wind is based on the top UI wind. Ah, this here. Okay. So solar is always a better option. Unless... That's probably speedier. Can you build it, please? Okay. Now, we have... Ooh. Didn't I make another one? Is it faster when I... Okay. Okay. You do... metal storage? Yes. Build it, please. Here. Okay, I feel like... I want to build first and then build units. Wind is on most maps the more metal efficient option, but it has its drawbacks by sometimes going to 0. Yes. Oh. Okay, we have lots of energy, so we can build another... produces energy, converts energy. Didn't we have a better one? No? Okay. Okay, now we have a strong building thingy, and I want to build aircrafts. Aircrafts and tanks. Advanced bot lab. Oh, we have the advanced bot lab. I forgot. Oh, yeah. I think there's nothing on the left. Right? The map ends here. Oops. No. Oh. Does it build it on its own? Yes. Okay. Okay. I have to get into this. Okay. Building disappeared.
You can now produce aircraft. They are specifically a strong support class with great speed and potential. However, aircraft are very vulnerable to anti-air. Knowing when and where to strike is crucial.
There's a repeat button in the building, but be careful with that. Can I select all my? Yes. Okay. What did I want to buy? Advanced. Yeah. This is what I wanted. Okay. Okay, I know. Okay, so I have to... Okay. Storage. Maybe another energy storage thing. Yeah, as long as nobody attacks me, I'm good. Okay, my building pattern sucks ass. Okay, can you... Anti-swarm board, amphibious anti-air board, light plasma board. Let's build. Let's build a lot. I probably need to build multiple because they take time to build. Like multiple stations. Oh, we have no metal. Can I turn them off? Okay, I made an oopsie. Metal. Where's the converts into metal? Okay, it doesn't look pretty, but it does its job. Okay. I don't have the... Hello. They go off by themselves when you back energy. See the yellow slider in the energy storage. Ah. Ah. Okay. Thank you. So this should... Can I don't get it. I don't really get it. The end one is when you share with your team. The yellow is for converters. Ah, okay. 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 Okay, we need metal. Don't we have stronger? Advanced construction bot, definitely. And you guys built... I could build a wall, which I don't want to. I mean, we can just build more extractors, right? Or is this... Why are they red? What does red mean? The red one is when you share with your... What is... Why was it red? Because I already built something there. Okay. Red is taken. Okay, okay. Only one per. Okay. Okay, I'm not doing a lot. Where's my... And then you can use advanced construction, but for upgrading it to a better one. The ones I've already built? Ah, there's our advanced one. Advanced metal extractor! I feel safe, that's why I'm not building it in the back. Otherwise I would have. But I feel very safe because we have so many allies. Can I... Oh my god. Okay. Should have... Don't know what is in a unit. Okay. Do you have to build them on top of them? And then you can use advanced... Like, do I have to build it on top of the lower one? Or could I have just instantly built the higher one? Do they have a... Yes. And you regain the metal from the smaller one when you build on top. Okay, thanks. that's cool. That's cool. Okay. I feel like metal is... oh, it's probably because I'm building things at the same time. Okay. Okay, we're killing them. That's good. Okay. Okay, why are these yellow and these blue? Is this the wrong way? Ah, okay. Okay, this is hard with the sliders. You can tell by hover mouse and check information when the enemies or no give metal. Well, now they do, right? Do they? Now they do? Hound. All-terrain rocket spider. Okay, can we build super advanced units? It does not produce any use to confuse the enemy. Plasma deflector. Enhanced radar targeting. Intrusion countermeasure system. Tracks down stealthy units. Oh. I'm gonna build one just to see. The tip with the click on the bot is cool. It's okay. You currently produce more energy than you can convert. Yeah, but is that correct with the slider? I feel like... I don't get the slider thing. Okay, I should stop not building anything. Having it center is fine. Yeah, but I don't understand what it does, really. Advanced bot produces tech 2 bots. Produces experimental units. Air repair automatically repairs aircraft. Increases energy storage. Produces tech bots. I mean, we can do one. The slider is usually changed in team games when you want to give more to the allies. Ah, okay. Wait, so I get energy from my teammates? Is purple our friend? Okay. Okay, I feel like we've won. Wow. I did nothing. Okay, so strategy. In your bottom right corner, you can see your ally metal and energy. But I was above it. And metal too because you boosted the AIs. I boosted them. That's good. I was like, am I doing anything this game? Wait. I wanna. Let's move myself more here because then you can see the stuff. Okay, so strategy is build one metal, build one energy. Build the bot thing. So metal, energy, bot builder, build bot, build while the bot is building, build more metal thingies and more energy. I played StarCraft, yes, but I don't know the buildings in this game or what you have to do. Also, I played StarCraft like 10 years ago. More than 10 years ago. I think that's a strat. Yes, it's very different. Have to think of a strategy. As long as you have space. I think since I'm in the back, I'm gonna go a slow build where I have more buildings, more advanced buildings, and then build units. I mean, we win anyway. Okay. One more. The start was okay though. 4 mines for wind, then bot lab. Okay, so the 4 mines first. But you kind of build one metal mine, then 1 energy to already start. So the robot can already start building itself. And then you build the rest of the metal ones. You know what I mean? Doesn't that save time?
Attack.
But the gist of the game is this. You get economy, you get builders, you get economy, you get army when needed. You take killed units, metal. You build stronger army, you push and win. Yes. It's very buildy. Like, it feels like Factorial, but with attacking others. That's what it feels like. Completely different than... Because in StarCraft, you can, like... It's more about the units that you build. And attack... Like, it's different. I don't know how to explain. Okay, the question is, can I... E-storage. I don't get it. Produces 20 energy. Produces energy depends on wind strength. What if we build solar instantly? Nah, let's not. Like this? Like I would do 3 and then build... This is not what I wanted to do. This is not what I said. In this game, you either expand, win, or backline upgrade your eco and overwhelm the enemy with late game. The analogy to serve as an expansion in bar is economy building queues that you don't have to micromanage. Less micromanage in base equals more micromanage on the battlefield. Yeah, I can't imagine. I don't even know what the units do. Bot lab. Ooh. They go pew pew and you go move move. Do not get hit. I mean, you can just build a tower in the beginning, right? Produces 1 vehicle. Okay, give me a sec. You get a few combats at the beginning. Okay, you built... Okay, can you build this
Low
instead?
power.
Ah, okay.
Leave a like if you are depressed.
Okay. Okay. Where's the other one that does the there? Wait, that makes no sense. I have enough metal. How do I cancel? As they come out, you send them away on 5 to 6 queues orders to take mixes, like mix. You can quick mix by using area mix. I have enough metal. I need energy. Is there the other way around? Or do I need to just... Okay. We should build like a thing to build units. Want to build lots of aircrafts.
You're overflowing metal.
Yes. Okay. Okay. This Neos game, it kind of looks like it is, right? Definitely is a game that he would play, yes. Okay, I need to find the sweet spot in the in these two though. I don't get it yet.
You can now produce aircraft. They are specifically a strong support class, with great speed and potential. However, aircraft are very vulnerable to anti-air. Knowing when and where to strike is crucial.
I'm gonna fly in the check. What was that? Banshee. Didn't I buy like make a...
Leave a like if you are depressed.
Yes, but this is very different. You think we can kill things with this? I'm not sure. Oh, I think he's not doing anything. Anti-radar, builds hovercraft. Are they in one spot? Oh, they can stack.
Leave a like if you are depressed.
You always want to
Low
more
power.
energy, never stall on energy. Okay, you're gonna build... no.
Yes, very.
Constant production of energy. Okay. I have so many. Can I make like a group? Can I make like a group?
You can now produce vehicles and tanks, generally well armored and equipped with heavier weapons. However, vehicles are less maneuverable than bots and cannot traverse steep terrain.
Can I make a group? In group as in start control and number. Oh yeah. But I don't get it because they're all flying like... You know? How can I... I don't get it. How can I get them into one... Right. Okay, let's just go somewhere and attack. I don't get the formation thing. What the fuck? Oh, that's so cool. That is so cool. That's so cool, yes. Do I have a click? Oh yeah. Wow, they hit so good. Love. Good job. Oh, I bomb everything in my way. Okay. How can I... Click A and right click to drag lines. Carpet bomb. Click A and just right click to drag a line. This is so strange. Yeah, I'm not building anything though. Oh, no. Can I just let them here? Okay, but this obviously made me stop doing anything here. Can I
You're
select both?
overflowing metal.
It's my... I feel like they don't do damage. I'm using A... Ah, you mean F? Okay, thank you. The F1 really helped. there would be more enemies. Something is attacking me. Oh god.
You're overflowing
H
metal.
for me. Yeah, I need to build better though. I don't even know what to build. Where's the advanced? There. Okay, I mean I can just with everyone here. I don't know what can attack me. Did I just attack my own? Do I get their metals when I kill them? Okay. The micromanagement is too much for me right now.
Attack.
Most villains in this game attack by itself as it got a territory, so planes do not have that, though a right click is move without trying to attack. No matter drops to the ground after things get destroyed, it can be Ah! Well, should have known that. Because they're still building this. Okay. We need more metal. With this, we can buy the better metal one, right? Oh, I didn't build a metal supply here. I hope my units are doing stuff. I guess not. Can you build this, please? The fuck is this? Is this mine? Construction vehicle. Wait, is he helping me? He put construction vehicles towards me. Nice, thanks. Where's the bot? There. Yes, he's building your thingies. You can try the area max command on your metal spots by your base with your new shiny T2 constructor. Area max is by default double click Z. What? What is this? Okay, can you go a little bit more forward? Okay. So when I right click on these, they will automatically attack whatever they are attacking, right? Are they? I don't know. I don't get it. I don't know if they are. We're getting... Retreat! No? Are we winning? Can I do this? Probably a terrible idea. Area max is by default double click Z, then make a circle. Hold left click and drag to make a circle. What? 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 Need the con pod first. Too much war. I feel like I don't understand a thing of this. Mm-hmm. I'm just gonna let them fight here and build up more stuff here. I feel like my allies should have like now built stuff. How do I get more metal? Why is this not... I really don't get the sliders. I swear I don't get it. Excess energy above this point will power your energy converters. So this. Beyond our reason official. Build more metal extractors. You mean these? No. You mean these? Ah, you mean on other spaces? You mean on these spaces? That's not dumb. When they're yellow, they convert. Yes. Okay, let's go with our army.
Detected.
What? What unit? We're just gonna go into the war zone and build its extractors. Because we don't care. Also, we should. Where's my convoy? They're so
Aircraft
fast.
Spotted.
Look at how fast they're going. Wow. I'm impressed. We don't need an entourage. Maybe we do. No. Hello? Try to get and hold as much metal spots first and extract metal there. When your echo grows and you have a lot more energy, build energy converters. Right? Ah, you mean the music. My god, are they slow? Oh, press the wrong button. You can just make more converters too. All my units are dead.
You're
Okay,
overflowing
you build.
metal.
Yeah. Wait, now I'm overflowing metal? I think we stopped making units. Oh, now that's very slow because our entourage is gone. I think you misunderstood the use of it. Let's try to double click Z again. Then you hold left click and drag. I'm pressing it. Conbot. What's the conbot? Construction bot. You need to find a constructor first. Okay. What the fuck? What did that do? What did that do exactly? Good above metal spots. Ah, okay. Okay, but those are the... No, those are the correct ones. It will build metal extractors on all metal spots within that range. Yes. Ah.
Deutsch? Ja.
Okay. I'm Deutscher
You're
Gremlin.
overflowing metal.
Oh, too much. Zu viel Metall. Deutscher Gremlin ist auch okay. Geht aber nicht. Oh.
Okay, Moment. Ich muss eben... Ich bin zu konzentriert. Und trotzdem nicht konzentriert genug. Warte, wo ist denn jetzt mein... ich möchte bauen. Das hier. Wo ist mein...
You're overflowing metal.
Hey, ja. Der Doppelklick Z ist nicht wirklich ein Doppelklick, aber ein Toggle. Du musst 2 Klicks in dem Area mal... Das ist zu viel. Ich kann nicht so viel. Ich komme hier schon mit den Basics gar nicht klar. Au! Moment, haben die meinen Roboter kaputt gemacht? Okay, ich sollte hier keine... Roboter! Ja, der ist jetzt tot. Können wir hier ein Dings bauen? Ein Ganz schnell.
You're overflowing metal.
Sniper. Stimmt, wir haben Sniper. Hier ist er.
Attack.
Da.
You're overflowing metal.
Das Anti-Air, Bau auf Schleife. Mach nicht für was, sondern dann 40. Ja, es wäre schlau. Ich weiß gar nicht, was meine Units gerade machen. Also was sie sind. Die verteidigen jetzt das da oben. Nicht gut aus.
You're overflowing metal.
In Einheiten. ADHD-Strategie, ja. Ich bin auch etwas überfordert, muss ich sagen. Ich weiß auch gar nicht, was... Ja. Was sind das für Units? Warum können sie nix? Okay, German is over. This is so much stuff. We can't... Okay, they're stronger than us. Oh, that's a cool unit. Razorback. I mean, we can build those too. Let's just follow him. And I build
metal.
more. Nice. Okay, we're gonna build... experimental units. Another advanced bot. Razorback. Or is Razorback in the advanced anti-air bots? Yeah, I've realized. Or is Razorback in the experimental unit? Why experimental? Look at the cost. Experimental.
You're overflowing metal.
The other guy standing there is blocking. Okay, we have units here somehow. I don't even see what is my unit. Now we're just gonna gather here. Right, the scroll wheel. That's a cool out. That's cool. Me saber. Wow. It gives me a picture of what's yours and not. This confuses me so much. I don't know. I also don't know. This is very overwhelming, don't you think? I feel like this is extremely overwhelming. Then you can aim where you want to scroll back in. Okay, let me gather. You said this game is not much about micromanagement. I don't see that. Okay, we're gonna gather here. But you haven't made any queues yet. All you done was manually plop out stuff. Yeah, let's wait till this is done. When this is done, we can do that. Shift Alt, your friend. What? Okay, it's almost done. Nice. Okay. Terminator tank. Titan. Yes. Now, what did you say? Shift and Alt. Okay, this takes ages. Oh, this takes ages. Okay. Should have built a tier. Okay, let's just build tanks.
You're overflowing metal.
Okay. Should have done that earlier. Can I, like, boost the building forever? Yes, okay. Okay, I get it. If I would have done that 20 minutes ago, it would have been better. Yes. Okay, we won though. Okay. Okay, I've going in! We want more build power for it not to take ages, so we need a few construction turrets, which you can build a block of by holding Shift Alt. They're construction turrets? Can we see one Titan though? Oh, we won't. We won't see a Titan. How about... Wow. Okay, well, so this is the game that Marilyn likes to play. And me, Saber. And who was the other one? Beyond Our Reason Official. Wait, Beyond Our Reason Official. Is it the official official? I didn't recognize. Okay, Merlin likes to play this. He seems to have some experience in it. If you like those types of games and you are not afraid to learn like a huge block of how to build stuff, what does this stuff do? What does this unit do? It's the official. Oh, I didn't recognize. I'm sorry. He has, what are you doing? Like a group of people that plays this? I used to love RTS games. I feel like I'm too old now. Because you have to do like... I'm going to play this on 28 of the first in German group. Yeah, German group. I don't know if you like... I'm pretty sure you can also talk English to them if you have... Whatever. My verdict, it's a lot of new things to take in. I think that an hour is not enough. Also, I should have watched tutorials or something because learning by doing is nice, but it's so confusing. I would love if they had, maybe I just didn't see it, if they had like a me Saber, thank you. I don't think so. I was overwhelmed by everything. If they had like a build-up, like a campaign. Well, not really. Campaigns are like hit and miss. Sometimes I like them and sometimes they're just too slow. But like tutorial-wise, like a little bit. Every new competitive game is fucking hard to get into, yes. I mean, I like the spin. Like it's... When I compare it to StarCraft, which I used to play a lot, it's so... You can like... I get it what they mean with micromanagement because at some point, when you build a lot of construction workers and stuff, you can just... collectively make them build units all the time. Campaign and development, nice. 6AKU66, thank you. That's very cool because I remember when I think back, when I played StarCraft, for example, in the beginning, you would be like, you know exactly what you were doing because you had a building order in mind. And the longer the game progresses, the more you forget. You forget to build things. You forget to come back. And here you can kind of just set it up that it just does it, you know? It just does it forever, in a way. And you kind of just have to keep on building energy and metal stuff. Or energy and the converter things. We make teams too, so it's balanced when in a group. That's nice. But I think in the beginning it's hard. Because I think I would have to play this for like a week to know what I'm doing. Like every day a little bit for a week, and then I might know what I'm doing. Because right now it was just, But it's cool. I think it's quite loud. The in-game sounds are quite loud. Maybe it's just me. It's a different approach than StarCraft, where you need to micromanage every small bit. Yes, it's very different. It feels more like Factorio. Because you can also build these walls that look like the Factorio walls. It felt more like Factorio, but with more army stuff. I played Crusader Kings 3 for weeks and still don't get it. I'm used to RTS, so it took me one game to fiddle out, but I am more used to the genre. Yeah, like I said, I played StarCraft over 10 years ago, a lot. But it's also, to me, StarCraft is very different. I also didn't play Factorio. I mean, I played like an hour of it. So it's just, I usually don't play these games. I enjoy them, but I'd never play them. Because I'm very perfectionistic. And usually I would want to have like a building order that I always do that just makes sense. And I would want to always be in the correct, in the sweet spot with the energy and the metal, you know? And that's just, it takes a lot of time to build that up, that strategy that you want to, how you want to build it. You know what I mean? And if it's wrong, it just feels weird. It just feels you're doing something, you've done something wrong and you're being a noob. Okay. But I still liked it. I can see how this is fun. I can see how this is fun. And I can see how this could have endless battles for hours. If you play similar games, it needs to be intuitive at some point. If that doesn't happen, the game is probably trash. Shinora. Yeah, the buttons were not intuitive. The buttons, also the Y, the Z thingy. I mean, they had it in the loading screen. I wish there were more like things of like, remember to press this button. Whatever. Okay, Merlin, good to know that you play this stuff. Must have a big brain, that Merlin guy, to be able to pull this off. Me, Saber, also thank you for your tips. Even though I was overwhelmed. I like it when I get tips from people that know how to play the game, but at the same time, it's a bit overwhelming. Because you're like constantly, do this. You can also do this. You can do this. You know, it's not in my own pace. It's just all over the place. Thank you for trying. Yes, I tried. Good to know. Cool. Okay. What hue flavor? This is still coffee, caramel coffee. I can drink nothing else of them. Just caramel coffee. Not sponsored. Doo-doo-doo. Okay. We never play RTS games. No, didn't we play Command and Conquer a while back? On the hardest difficulty? That was fun. Okay, I'm gonna start Marbles. We're gonna move on. Cool game though. It's not usually my type of game, but this was so fun. It was just overwhelming. Very overwhelming. But it's kind of like playing League for the very first time. It's fun, but you're very overwhelmed. Reload simulator. Merlin, can you give me a number between 1 and 60? Thank you, Sonic. Thank you, Sonic. 59. Nice. So like I said, Merlin is gonna have an event on the 28th this month. If you're into these types of games, you can just DM him and ask. I don't know. I'm too... What's the word? I'm too... Why is the animation so long?
Balls.
Exclamation mark, play in the chat to join. The winner of the Marbles race decides the next game we're going to play for 1 hour and 30 minutes. It can be any game. If you want me to play or try out something, just join the race and win. It's very simple. You just have to be the first one to go into the finish line. That's all you need to do. Stoked, no. Oh, what's the word?
Balls.
Okay, I have to look it up. I'm too impatient nowadays. I've become very impatient when it comes to learning new things. Impatient is the wrong word. My macromanagement of time in real life is bad. That's what I want to say. You know, my macromanagement of time in real life is bad. So getting into such a big thing, I usually procrastinate on it because there's so much other stuff I need to do. But I still had fun doing this. It's just there's a lot of stuff I need to do otherwise as well. So I don't know if we play it again very soon. Because there's like a million things I need to do. Okay, I'm gonna start the countdown. I still like RTS games. I love StarCraft. I love it very much. But I have also played it for a few years, so I know what I have to do. It's easier that way. Do that with MMORPGs. Yes, also, yeah. I like to play MMOs from time to time for like a week or two or a month of constant grinding, and then I stop. Like every few years. StarCraft is my main game. Root War, that is. I started playing StarCraft with Heart of the Swarm. Was it Heart of the Swarm? StarCraft 2, Heart of the Swarm. It's when I started. Like, when was this? Long time ago. Was it Heart of the Storm? I don't know. With the Space Marine in the front of the package. 2010, probably. With the blue 2012. No, earlier. Definitely earlier. I think it was Heart of the Swarm. Let me look it up. Bum 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 bum. No. Wings of Liberty. I started with Wings of Liberty. Oh my god. I started with Wings of Liberty, and when Heart of the Swarm came out, I played that too, but not for too long. And then I stopped. So like 2018, 19? It's not too long. Just wanted to show Bar a bit. Maybe get someone hooked on it. Didn't expect it to be a thing you're going to play a lot. Yes. I like very fast-paced games or games that you can finish fast because nowadays it's just easier for me. Doesn't mean that's not fun. So when Wings of Liberty came out was the first time I started playing... now I've played RTS before, but not in that nature. And I played StarCraft a lot. I wouldn't say I was good, but I enjoyed the game. To play with a 2v2 or something with friends was so much fun. It was so much fun. Boost? Boost doesn't work. What do you mean? Fun games! You're playing since 1999? 1998. Sure. Wings of Liberty was so much fun. It was so much fun. Shinora has won. Shinora. Straight to the finish line. Shinora, was that almost a world record? The world record was at 151. It started as a 12-year-old. Yeah, I didn't play RTS when I was younger. I was more into jump and run and stuff. Yeah. Boost doesn't. It doesn't. Okay, no, you weren't. You were 10 seconds too slow for the world record. Okay, Shinora! What's your game? What do you want to see? We got... Let me check the games. Best RTS of all time is Warcraft 3. Warcraft 3 was fun. I've never played it, though. I've played it, and I thought, oh, this is fun, but I've never really played it. I also like, what do I like? Like, I like RTS games. It's just whenever, it doesn't matter if it's a bot or an actual player. When you play against someone else and they just know what they're doing, it's frustrating. I'm screaming? Am I? I'm sorry. Oh, wait. You mean the game, don't scream. Don't scream. I don't want to play that. I've seen gameplay footage of it. I don't want to... I don't want to play this. We can, yes, of course. I'm looking so forward to play this. No. It's 10 euros. Early access game. What do you mean you're yelling the whole time? Yeah, but now I have to stop. Okay. I have played this game and finished it 3 times without dying screaming, and there are indeed some things that I do love and I don't think about this game. And I don't like about this game. I'm going to start with the pros. The cons. Firstly, I would like to say that I'm a huge fan of horror. However, the scares in this game can sometimes be repetitive. Okay, I'm not going to read it. So I have to buy... I don't like buying early access games. That's why I'm appalled. I mean, we can. I'm gonna buy it. We can give it back, right? If it's bad. Purchase for myself. I agree. Purchase. Ah, show me the money, please. No. Why won't you do this? Stop. Don't. No. Wait, did I select the wrong? I think I selected the wrong drive. Did I? Are you more into buying AAA titles which are unfinished? Are you still in the game? Which game? Marbles? Yes. Let me... Quit. Intentionally. Beyond our reason. No, we're not in that game anymore. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba. Okay, we need 2 more minutes. I feel like I've used the wrong... Can I check it? Properties. No, I used the correct one. Okay, whew. But that's the in-game music. No! I really don't want to play Don't Scream. I've seen footage. Ugh. Okay, I'm gonna take the time of downloading and installing to go to the toilet really fast. Just don't scream and you're fine. So I don't wee my pants. I'll be right back. You can show some clips, maybe? Mods? Show some clips. I'll be right back. You can't touch my... Does it look great? Oh, he said, and I said, that can't be true. It's the same mic. And he said, and I said, no, it can't be true. Let's interact. Sneaky, sneaky. Ow!
I'm not the only one. And the way we kill us all. We throw ourselves against the wall. But no one else can see. Patient of the mother in me.
Psychosocial. Psychosocial. Psychosocial.
Go on! Don't put me in this.
Wow.
Wow, 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 wow. That was a wake up. My butt, and it hurt to sit back then. It hurt to sit. It was hurting when I was sitting. And I felt like an idiot because I couldn't tell people. Couldn't tell my butt, and it hurt to sit back then. It hurt to sit. It was hurting when I was sitting. And I felt like an idiot because I couldn't tell people. Couldn't tell. Pepe Rentner. So Pepe Senior. Pepe Senior. So that's it. Says Mr. Incredible. And we put him. I think I can pick up tables. My control. I can crouch. I mean. No. Okay, problem solved.
Okay.
Sehr weiblich. Not there. Yeah, I'm racist. Deutsch spricht! Geht's am Erde? Geht ihr da tot? Nein, nein, nein! Nein, nein, nein! It's not good! Oh, I'm back. But... Oh, not that. That was so bad. Then, instead of like assembling the kitchen, everything was laying. Oh my god.
Oh.
I was very scared.
I can't see. Oh my god. Wait. Oh my god, I can't see. Where are my glasses?
I can't. What the fuck? Where is everything? Hello? Hello? My glasses. No. The beak at the back. Great. Good content. Thank you, guys. Thank you very much. It was great. I forgot about the alien one. Alien was spooky. Okay, Don't Scream is downloaded. I need to eat some food, though, for a second, okay? I'm going to mute myself because otherwise you hear me chew. Can you play a few more clips so I can eat a bit? League of Legends. Let's interact. Do you have a link, Sonic? Daniel, we're gonna play Don't Scream. But right now I'm eating a tiny bit of food. And we're gonna play Don't Scream afterwards. It's a super realistic engine game, but you cannot scream because then the game ends. Thanks, Sonic. Thank you. Thank you very much. Ooh. Oh wait, we cannot. Can I watch it on stream? Do they copyright this? Does the right copyright strike? Can I show it? It's the right copyright strike. Am I allowed to watch this? Does someone know? We really need a reaction. There are so many reactions on YouTube. YOLO. Yeah. I think that's not a problem. Okay. Let me... Yes. Wait. This. And then... Is this okay? I don't want to do more right now. Is this okay? I hope it is. I hear no sound. Jupiter, hi! Yes, we're watching this. Give me a sec. Where is the sound? Okay. Let's put it to game.
Gripping with my cold hands, the shapes I used to take.
Is the music copyright? The music is probably... We should probably get rid of the music. I'm sorry. Wait. Wrong channel then.
No, God! No, God, please, no!
What do you mean?
No! No!
Music is free to use? I'm not gonna risk it. Chinore? Chinore. Metronic. Jupiter, hi. Did I say hi to you? Hi.
Leave a like if you are depressed.
Okay. Well, I feel like they had better ones. I didn't like this one that much, to be honest. The others were better. Fight me. Not like this. I don't know. It didn't feel... It didn't feel... That's the best one I've seen. I don't see it. It looks good, but I didn't feel it. I didn't feel what they were portraying. I didn't feel it. Well, but in a different way, I guess. I opened up the game. Oh God. Come on. There. Game. Let me set it up. What is it called? Don't scream. Don't tell me it's not. Ah, there it is. I'm just blind. Damn. I'm sorry if you liked it so much. I didn't. Look, such advanced graphics. This is so... Wow. These graphics, right? They're so realistic. I've never seen such a realistic looking menu. Have you ever? Like this game, it's crazy how good it looks, isn't it? It's so crazy. League of Legends. Lol. I know that it's just the menu if you're like... Okay. Objective, survive 18 minutes without screaming. However, there's a catch. Time only progresses when you move. And all scares are unpredictable. Use the microphone calibration slider below to adjust your microphone's volume output. Ensure that whisper or quiet speech don't exceed the volume threshold indicated by the microphone divider line. Exceeding the threshold of the divider line should trigger a red flash on the screen, signaling a scream. Hello? Hello? I cannot hear myself. Hello? 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 Test. So this would be me whispering. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Hello? Oh my God. Hello? 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 Hi. Hey, I am whispering. Can you hear me whisper?
Headphone users should check their volume. Now it's going to rattle.
Should I limit the output? I can put a limiter on the output. Wait, I can make it good for you. Filters. Let me put a limiter on game output so it doesn't exceed. You know? So it doesn't exceed. Give me a sec. Can you hear me? Can someone give me a sign that they can hear me? Hello? Louder, please. What do you mean? Okay. Now, can you hear me? Can you hear me whisper? Is it okay? I made myself louder in general. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Hello? Test. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Wa ba ba da. Ah! Oh. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 3. Hello? Hmm. 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 Mm-hmm. Hello? 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 Hi? Hello? Hello? I can already feel the sudden hearing loss. Hello? 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 I am trying to calibrate this game. I am trying to calibrate this game. I'm trying. Trying. If you don't hear... Oh! Hello? Hi? Test? Hi? Hey? Hello. Oh. Welcome to a new Let's Play. Ah! Oh! Hi. Test. Oh. Test. Test. Hello. Okay. We're gonna try this. Oh, wait. It doesn't exceed. We're gonna try this. I'm gonna try to whisper. I feel like it doesn't pick up sometimes, but that's good. The actual game starts when you press play on the bottom right. Yes. Okay. Do you want me to play as Miss Ghost, though? Should I play as Miss Ghost? Let's try. Hello. Let's go. Yes. Let's go. Let's go. Thanks. Can you hear me? Guys, I hope you can. Can someone give me a signal that they can hear me? Hello? The forest. Free. Stroll in the woods. Ew. Mm-hmm. Hi, friends. Hello. Cola. What else? Soda. Budweiser. Is that the first one? I don't know. Okay, so far so good. I would say so far so good. Can someone type vanish or appear? Can someone type vanish or appear in chat? Thanks. Yes, I did. Hi, Uncle! Hachi! Hachi! That bitch! Hachi! Hachi killed me by flying into me. I mean, we die when we make a loud sound. That's why I'm being quiet. Mostly. Let's go a different way this time. Hi, Louis. Hello. What's up? Hey! Hello! We are playing this game! We are playing this game together as friends. What do you mean? It's advice. You can't whisper. I moved my mic! I moved my mic! I forgot that it makes a sound. I moved my mic. I moved it away so I could do the Toad voice. Oh, fuck. Okay. So, sorry. I moved it away to do the Toad voice, and when I grabbed it... Okay. What the fuck is this?
Don't scream.
Deutsch?
Ja.
I don't know if I played it wrong, like Zeus said. Like, the thing is, if you get the objective, don't scream. Like, if you get the objective, if you scream, you die. Then obviously I'm gonna run and not run into the scares. But maybe that's not how you play it. Maybe you should always go into the scares, you know? Maybe I should have walked into the scares all the time, but that's stupid if that's not the way. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Like, why would I play that way? Makes no sense. Stop smurfing. Okay. So I have to quit it because it's very loud. I don't know. I feel like I played it wrong. At the same time, why do they make it? No, there was no difficulty. It was only one. I mean, I can open it up and check, but I feel like there wasn't. Because I ran off the tracks and there were no buildings and such, but it's their mistake to let that I can do that, you know? Why isn't it procedural, or, you know what I mean? Because we ran into the same scares all the time because there was nothing else. No, video microphone controls. Only sensitivity on the mic, yes. Which doesn't... So first of all, you can beat this game when you just mute your mic. Yeah, just... Pro tip. Pro tip, you can beat this game if you mute your mic. Yeah, it's like... I'm very smart. Technically, you can beat this game when you mute your mic. I feel like I should have run into the scares, but at the same time, that's not how you play a horror game. You don't play a horror game by going into the scares unless you have to do it, you know? When there's like a corridor and you cannot go back and you have to go forward, then you go into the scare, yes. But if it's an open forest where you can go anywhere, why would I go into the scare? It makes no sense. So what's your verdict? To be honest, I mean, it's early access. Yeah, it's early access. So I get it because it's early access. They could make this better, but they probably won't if we all buy this game early access. So I'm going to quit and I'm going to refund. I'm going to quit. I'm going to refund. I want them to do better. I played the objective, so I run straight into it. What was it again? I always forget. How do you refund? I always forget. I think it was profile. Hi Neo, by the way. I didn't say hi. I'm sorry. To do? I don't know. Was it games? Help. I think it was help. Steam support. Ah. 10 euros, like 9 something, 9.75 or something. Let me fix game. I'd like to request a refund. Okay. Okay, we played 39 minutes, by the way. I purchased this bag. It's not fun. I'm having issues. The motor doesn't work. The game is too difficult. Its frame rate is too low. It frequently crashes. My issue isn't listed. Should we do it's not fun? That's not... Let's say my issue isn't listed. Notes. Okay, let's give them some constructive criticism. By accidentally running off track, I feel like I missed all scripted locations and therefore always had the same repetitive scares. At least 200 words. Repetitive scares. Even though that made me win the game, it wasn't much fun after a while. Since I didn't know how to get back. Okay, I'm just gonna... I sent it. Send it to them. It is truly just doing nothing. All the code is in a single file. What? That's not the game. Okay, let's go to the store site and read some reviews because I want to. Okay, let's read some reviews. So this is the game. Let's go to the reviews. Why is it? Okay. I have played this prose. Overall, this game is very atmospheric, and its premise around not being able to scream otherwise is something I've never seen in any video game so far. And to a degree, this game has succeeded in making a bare-bones game about going into a barren, haunted forest that gives you nightmare fuel of horror. The mechanics hold up pretty well, given you have functioning mic to actually capture your voice and play it fairly. However, there are some things that are flawed with this game. Firstly, I would like to say that I'm a huge fan of horror. However, the scares in this game can sometimes be repetitive, depending on how the game gives you the scares. They can sometimes come off as cheap, and it can easily get old quick. And if you are not easily scared by loud jump scares, I can imagine even the least stone-faced person can breeze through this game and be down with it. Another con is the scares themselves, because they pose no threat to the player themselves. Can you stop saying themselves? Otherwise, try to induce fear into them that can cause them to scream, which may work if the scares are done right, but because people will not soon realize that they can be killed by said scares, they will easily just disregard everything. And the fact that all you need is not to scream for 18 minutes is just not good enough. Maybe adding more survival objectives that can ramp up the flow even better. A humble suggestion is that they should add survival horror elements, or maybe even stalker-style NPC that will haunt you and kill you if you manage to get you. Bis upon the side! Conclusion. This game does have a unique charm in its presentation and mechanics of the game's presentation. However, they need to expand the mechanics. Even further to make it a lot more meaningful to the player to finish the game. But overall, the game is currently a little bit gimmicky and easily forgettable because it doesn't have anything to remember it by. But I'm willing to give it indie devs a chance to see where this game goes, because I believe this game can become more if the devs do the right choice. But overall, this game is just a nice game for a nice experience. Niche game for a niche experience, not nice. Imagine playing a game for 18 minutes and then typing a comment for an hour. He really cares, okay? I feel like the problem is it's an early access game, and I don't know, when we already give them so much money, why would they, do we know this studio? Why would they like put more effort into the game? You know what I mean? When you put out a game in early access and you give it like a price tag so people cannot download it for free, I feel like nowadays you just imagine that when they sell enough copies, they will not do more and put more effort into it. ask me, I texted with a girl, went for a run, cooked, and then I started watching Miss Jack stream. Nice, Shinora. That's more than anyone in this chat that today, probably. Make me hard. 0 out of 10. Jesus, that's more than most of us do in a week, yes. Or they are going to update slowly as fuck, yeah. So I can see if they just need to put in something like in Slenderman where you had to collect the pages. You know? Like you have to just collect things. So you have to roam around and actually go into the scary locations that they put there. That's like one thing they could do. Also that someone is chasing you is nice, but then it's just Slenderman, right? Then it's just Slenderman with the scream gimmick. So probably not a good idea. I don't know. I don't know. Jesus. Yeah, who wants copy pasta? Okay. Yeah, well. I've seen some people do Let's Plays of this. Well, I've only looked into it for like a minute because I didn't want to spoil it myself. And when you see it for the first time, it's like, wow, I want to play this. But as soon as you play it longer than 10 minutes, it's not good anymore. That's pretty much my verdict of this game. After 10 minutes, it loses its charm after 10 minutes. It could be good if. Yeah, it could be good if. Exactly. Yeah, let's see. I don't believe that they will put more effort into the game. I feel like this is the end state of it and we won't see more. Yeah? But maybe they prove me wrong. Can you post the cam pic in Discord? Yes. Try to tell a story how you get there so the entertainment factor becomes from the player. Yeah. Or the like the forest elements. I don't know. I don't know. They could do a lot with this. Or just more like someone that talks over everything and just gives it a story. Or he says, I lost my girlfriend in the forest. I have to find her. Something. Like, give us something. Where do I save the pictures? I forgot. I think here. Twitch. Then it's probably screenshot. Was it the cam? It was just the cam, right? What is this? Okay, let's go through the pictures together. How about that? How can I forgot. Oh my god, this is Windows 10. I'm a noob at Windows 10 now, it seems. Okay. I'm sorry, this will blind you. This is gonna be very white, okay? It's gonna be very white. I'm very sorry. It will blind you. You will get blinded. Very much by this. And I'm sorry. Okay? Wait, is this? Oh, it's not. Oh. Flashbang incoming. Yes, it's, I'm sorry. So this is it. I forgot how you can make this finger. Wait. How could you make the left finger away? I swear I forgot. I know you could. Ah, okay. Well, we can maybe like this. This is enough. These are the pictures. Oh, it's not centered. Transform. Fit to screen. These are the pictures that you've taken, and I think this is the one that you're talking about, right? This is the one. I don't know if what it does when I open this. Okay, it opens in a window. Okay, why can you not? Ah, because it's full screen. There's no picture when I go to. I mean, I can just share my screen. I think this is the picture you mean? Is this the picture? Was this the one that you were talking about, or was it another one? Yes. Taken by Sonic, by the way. So hot, thanks. What else did I just see? There was something I saw. Okay, but I can put it in the Discord, yes. Ah, yeah, this one. Wait. Old man. What do you think about this one? This also like what does it represent? What does it say? Don't let fish get his hands on these. Yeah. What do you see? There's a lot wrong. I would say there's a lot of stuff that's wrong with this picture, but I don't know what it is. Yes, thanks. Okay, I'm gonna share the scared picture in the Discord, and then we move on to you know. Oh yeah, okay, it's saved twice. Delete message. Delete. I will put it into sharing. I'll put it into sharing. What did I just see in sharing? What did I just see? Amar! What the fuck am I seeing? What am I seeing? Amar, why would you do that? That pic tells me 1,000 stories. Isn't that my math teacher? Yes, could be. Okay. Share with us. I don't think I can share this. You have to go into our Discord and into sharing. I don't think I can share this picture on Twitch because you can see, you know? I don't think I'm allowed to. You can see things. Marbles. Play. I don't know. I'm disappointed by the game, by the way. It kind of disappointed me. Like every early access game does. Not all. Not all. There's some. But most. How was the watch though? Was it the same for you? Was it the same for you that in the first 10 minutes it was nice and then it was just... Do we have the time for another round? Yes. Interesting.
Balls.
Let's see what they do with the game. Like I said, I don't believe they will try to make it better. I don't think so. Sonic. No. Who recommended this? Shinore. A number between 1 and 60. Number between 1 and 60. Neo soon. A number between 1 and 60. Pals. A number between 1 and 60. 19. Okay, let's go. My lucky number is 7. A number between 1 and 60. Okay, exclamation mark play in the chat to join. Neil is the first one. He made it. It's the first one. Just because you joined first doesn't mean you're gonna win, though. So the winner of the marbelous race decides the next game we're gonna play for 1 hour and 30 minutes. So if you want to join and you want to see me play something, whatever it is, you just need to win. You just need to join and be the first to go past the finish line. You think otherwise. Okay, we will see. So Neo's first and he claims when you're first in the list, you win the game. Wait, my picture in the sharing kinda is a good reaction to the picture of Amar. tad. Yes. It's a nice tad. You're right, Tad. Or to any message of fish in this chat. Yes. Very true. It's very true. Oh, wait, that's a song. I was like, is there someone walking around here and humming? Four, 3, 2, 1, go! It's just that the game, whoever wins, we can't play more than till midnight. My dude. Perhaps we can do 10 minutes more. It depends on the game. I don't know what you're gonna choose. Woo! 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 Pew! Okay, always the first person. Ah! Oh! 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 Too much boost, yes. Uh-oh. Bum bum bum. Oh, this is dangerous. Oh my god. This is dangerous. It can just plop me up. Oh. Okay, Neon Sonic. You're not gonna. Nice! I think instead of doing Elden Ring, we're just gonna play League. Because I want to play League. And that's a good thing because we can do it for an hour. New season. New year, new rules! New year, new rules. Neo second. And Sonic is third place. Good job! Blah. So we have to surrender in minute 30? No, why? That crunch? Is the new champ already out, by the way? I have not. Not cringe, because the streamer takes part in my belts. What do you mean?
Balls.
Equal choices for everyone. It's too late, Julian. You lost.
Balls.
Rigged rules. Yes. Oh. League of Legends. So who wants to join? Who wants to join? Who wants to join? I'm in champ select. Boo-hoo. Perhaps next one. Someone who wants to join? Anyone? Who wants to join? Anyone? Hello? Sonic. Neo, by the way, Neo. Neo's someone that knows how to do technical mic stuff. What do you think about my mic settings? I fixed my mic settings. What do you think? Is it good? What's your audio? I don't know what I want to say. What's your grade? I'm sorry. Okay, so Jupiter, do you think the champ select will go through? Probably. My audio is working. Thanks for asking. No problem. What's your audio? I had problems with my mic and now it sounds good. I didn't recognize anything that is annoying so far. That's good. It's good. Okay. Happens.
Yes, very.
Anyone else who wants to join? Someone. I'm gonna invite. Thanks, Neo. Who's Miroy? Do we know him? I'm just gonna invite him or her. Do-do-do. Oh, do you see that? My eyelash? Are we in the correct game category? Just asking for a friend. Your team must cover wider variety. Okay, you both are support and bot lane. Do I have to go? Do you want to play bot lane, guys? What? Oh, no, it's fine. Thanks for changing. Thanks, Sonic! Nice. I hope now that my energy is back, like I said in the beginning. Do you, by the way, do you feel a difference that I'm more energetic today than I usually am? Do you even see a difference? I don't know. Now that I'm more energetic, I hope I can fix. I hope I can fix all the stuff that I want to fix for the stream. I have so many things I need to do. Okay. Are there new masteries or just new items? Take your time. Drugs? I didn't do drugs. It just happened. There was nothing that actually, like, not that I can think of at least. It's like I had a grudge. Is it a grudge? On me? That just went away. For like 3 months or so, the past 3 months were just, I felt like whatever I started doing just wasn't working. Whatever it was. And now that's over. Maybe some love. Are you doing exercises regularly? No, but I should. There's a new supporter item for the start. Ooh. Shinora with the luck support. He wants to pop him. Pop him. Actually, there's nothing I've changed. Okay, let me think about things that I've changed. Nothing. Less stress at work? I wouldn't say so. I don't know. I don't think anything particularly happened. Oh. Rakan. Okay, let's kill him. Let's kill him. Chinora. Overcome some problems? No, it's just, like I said, it's just randomly things started working out again. But I don't think I've changed something. Execute enemies in gold. Okay. Nothing's easier than that. So many Storm Surge abusers. Are we all built? Oh, yeah, you need to... What do I build now? I don't know. Do you want to go Discord? By the way, guys? I can go into the... I don't even know if the audio is correct now. We have not tested it. We will see. Sushiman! Top Twitch, okay. Jin can build the typical items. So, rapid fire... no, wait. That's not what I wanted to say. I wanted to say, what was the name? Hurricane... Hurricane... Rageblade. Map is way more open than before. Okay. ADC items, okay. I'm joking, by the way. I know I would never buy a rapid fire engine. That was another joke. So funny. If you want to, you can join the Discord, guys. Just saying, if you want to. Go Sunfire into Rabadons. Yes, that's a good one. I like to do that. It helps me with farming. Because I only have 4 artifacts, but with the Sunfire... With the Sunfire, it's easier. Yes. I mean, we don't need to do voice, by the way. We don't have to. It looks like we are not going to. I'm over my items. Ah! Lag. I have only 60 FPS. Oh, by the way, what I've realized yesterday or 2 days ago is I have a specific gaming stance that I never use when I play on Twitch. Oh. Because... Oh, be careful. Because it looks weird. And I don't want to... I have a gaming stance that I use when I game without the cam. Which I'm not gonna, you know? Okay, she does blue first. I'm gonna try to sit in it. Ugh. Okay. It's my gaming stance. It's not as bad as I thought it would be. Okay, do I believe you? I don't. Oh. I overestimated my Q damage. By a lot. Of course I missed it. Oh, I'm missing everything. I'm sorry for not engaging. Nice. Worked out in the end. Poggers. Yes. Oh, Shinora, do you have the new... Oh. What does the new support item do? Pop him. Okay, I'm terrible at farming. Yeah, okay. I've got like 2 farm. Feels like. I could buy a brief sword. No, I buy this and boots. Yes, this fits good. You mean that posture? I cannot click on it while in game because my whole game lags when I do. Rabadan is gone. Rabadan. What's his name? Rakan. Yeah. Fuck it. My god. My last hits are so bad. Right? What? I missed. Oh, yeah. You can evolve it and choose the evolution that fits your champ. What? What can I evolve? I missed. Nice. That auto hit from the tower was not nice, but the rest was nice. Ah, the support item. Okay. I forgot that I've asked it. Yo, wait. I didn't recognize this. What the fuck? Kinda unfair. Us against them? Yes. Okay, I buy boots. Not damage. Actually, I buy damage. Not boots. Changed my mind. Check Warwick. What? Too late. Oh. There's also a new jungler monster in the beginning at the Barren Pit. Oh. Maybe I should have read about it. Ah, who cares? Okay. don't know where they are. Wow. He took my gold. Oh god, I missed extremely hard. Could ult, but I don't want to. It's too cringe. Well, that works too. He took your gold, and what do you do? What are you going to take from him? His life, his dignity. Woo! Nice. Okay. I got bot and I kill them. Alone. Actually, they have a big wave. I should have said one wave, probably. It's fine. I can just ult them when I'm close. I don't need to. Okay, they don't do damage. This seems like very unfairly matched. I don't know if it's the champs or the elo, but both. I feel both seems very off. Nearly comes to killer. Do you think it's just one? Okay, it's not one. I thought it was one auto attack. The fuck, hubris. When you determine that you have damage within the last 3 seconds dies, gain 15 plus 1. That sounds stupid. Do I also buy Storm Surge? Storm. Dealing after 2 seconds, strike the dealing if the target dies. Okay, I don't have. Okay, this is stupid. It's actually an IP item. Yes. Now I know. Oh god, I couldn't flash! I think I pressed C and not D. I think I pressed C and not D. Did I? Was that there? Was there the circle when I pressed it? Because then I pressed C and not D. Was there the circle? I feel like there was. Okay. Ah, my bad. I could have just flashed that. That was such an easy flash. Okay, I would just walk up to her. Woo! I'm bad. I should have used abilities. It's okay, I live. Eh? Was there someone here? Ah, okay. What is this? Wow, I hit the minion and not her. Okay. It's going down. I saw that Rakan was coming. Hi. What? Did I just not shoot my last auto attack? What's wrong with me? No problem. It was totally intentional. And not badly played by me. Okay, you do your stuff, Top. I'll just push. Oh, fuck. Well. So I'm starting to play like an idiot, Shinora. What about you? Okay, you don't. Imagine getting killed by 1-8. Says a lot about myself. She has no ult. Oh yeah, she was 0-8 before. Okay, I need... How much? 500. Oh. Well, he was rooted for ages. The fuck? What the fuck just happened? Oh. Okay. Okay, I would say Drake, but I guess Shinoro wants to do... Oh. Whenever I play Jin, he's fun, but I always feel like... Jet Set Rose, hi! Whenever I feel... whenever I play Jin, it's fun, but I feel like when I'm 1-on-1 against another ADC, and I'm out of bullets, anyone can kill me. What the fuck? Oh, I missed. Like for YouTube channel? What do you mean? Like for YouTube channel? What do you mean? What do you mean? Rue in need... Are you in need for an editor? Now I've read the message before. Why? Are you an editor? Is that what you're saying? Is that a self-plug? Do you want to share one of your works? Do you want to share one of your works and we rate you? Yep, I'm an editor. So I wanted to know, like, if you wanted an editor to edit your YouTube shorts and YouTube vids. Yeah, but... What about you share first what your work looks like? Shouldn't you first show us what your work looks like before you make that ask that question? You can message me when you're free. Okay, Jet Set Rose. How about you just send me a snippet of your work? Like some video you've edited from someone. Because I have editors and it works out great for me.
If you are depressed.
You can send a link right here. Of course, you already did a self-plug. And then we judge you. What? That's for it high! I missed.
I'm fucked up. I'm so stupid,
So loud.
dude. I'm so...
That was loud. Hey! Thank you for the raid! It's not loud. Big cheers in your honor, my friend. Thanks. Oh, does someone need help here? Oh, you don't. You dodged. How was your stream? What did you do? That's for raid. What did you do? Did you play shooters? Do you play... well, VR or both? Actually. Let's... Oh god. Fun fact, this song is in German, yes. Also, when I've heard this, which was years ago when I watched the anime, I was confused. I would say it's a Japanese person speaking German. Wait, that sounds bad. That's not what I meant. I meant like they don't know how to actually speak German. They just like read it out what's on paper. I didn't mean that Japanese people that speak German always sound bad. That's not what I meant. I meant that this time... Oh my god, I cannot get out of this. Oh, I walked into it! I walked into it! I'm an idiot! They read it in their own language. Yeah, that's what I mean. I don't mean... Okay. I walked into the spear. How stupid do you have to be? Thanks. I feel like my normal cam needs to be more to the right. Can I... Let's see if I can fix it. Oh, this is the wrong. Oh, I feel like I cannot do it while I'm... Okay, I cannot do it while I'm in game. Center. Oh yeah, I think it's... Is it right? Right. Can you say right? Isn't right the correct one? Not normal? Right! Yeah, let's ward Baron. I'm gonna die here, I feel like. It's okay. Leg. Oh, Nidalee! Okay, that was warded. Oh, she threw a spear and made a... Did she throw a spear and make a ward? No, wait, that was us. It's our ward. didn't hit anyone! Aw. It's okay. Armor. Is he building armor? Yes. Okay. Big crits. I read this wrong multiple times. Okay. Can someone write appear? I mean, we can also play League without me. It's fine. It's not what I mean. Sonic, what a noob. Go, rapid fire cannon. Yeah, afterwards. Lol. Thought that's Rakan. What? How much is rapid fire? Oh, that flash was so bad. That flash was so bad. That was a panic flash. I did not expect that. $3,000. But that's Rakan, lol. I know what you mean, though. Is that a chroma? Okay, Sonic in their base. What? Okay, but that's Rakan, right? Why is he purple? Jump. Nice. Woo. I wanted to take it so you don't, you know? I didn't purposely. Ooh! Okay. Okay, now I'm scared. Okay, Sonic. Uh-oh. Nita can jump from my cage. Yeah, but she stunned afterwards. But yes. Or did she have a banshees or something? She usually anything that has movement can go through the cage and is stunned afterwards in their place. She had banshees, okay. Oh. Okay, great shot calling. Great shot calling, Sonic. I'm a noob. So good. So good. Oh god. Sometimes we don't see things that we should see. Nice. Nice. Nice popping the enemies. Did you pick Vega because I told you that he's probably good? 43 KDA. Shinoro, calm down. Everyone got an S besides us, Sonic. What do you think about that? What do you think about that? But I miss Crown with Vega. Crown? Crown? How long was that game? 35 minutes. Okay, since it's almost midnight, I feel like we end it here. You know, we're gonna be responsible. We're gonna be responsible and not play another game because we're responsible. Responsible adults. Right? We're not gonna play another game because we're responsible adults. We're changing things around here. We're trying to be better, healthier, do better stuff. Are we though? Yeah, I'm questioning myself right now, but I would say I'm gonna stand by it. One game in the week is enough. What do you mean one game in a week? Jupiter, but next time we can play. Next time we can play. One game of League. Next time we can play, I'm gonna be on a business trip this week. I'm not sure. I don't think my work PC can handle League. I'm pretty sure it can't. So, but you can play with the others. You can play with the others until I'm back. Until I'm back, you can play with the others. And when I'm back, we can play League. There's lots of time afterwards. Lots of time. Guys, thank you so much for being here. Yeah, it was great. As always. I loved it. Yeah, I loved it so much. We're gonna rate... Oh, God! Yes, we're gonna rate her. Was a joy! What did you say? How many times did she die? Yes. We're gonna give Shabby a little friendly hi. She already has like 66 viewers. I don't know, maybe she got rated. We're gonna rate her on top of that rate. Yeah, where's the rate message? There's the rate message. We're gonna be nice to Shabby. Lots of people are watching her.
Another one. Another one.
Oh, I didn't change the dance into Christmas dance.
Another one.
Can someone type in the actual dance one? Baron von Schwengel, hello. Can someone type the actual message with the correct emotes? Because I still have the wrong. Get a warm welcome. Yeah, that works. We can copy that one. But I mean the one before that does work. That's not what I mean. Okay. Thank you guys for being here. It was nice as always. I'm gonna be on a business trip, so probably back next weekend. We're still gonna have movie night because I can do it. I'm pretty sure I can do it. Oh, fish eye! Hey! Fish hi and bye. Follow Fish at twitch.tv/marbelous80. That's Fish. I don't know if we're gonna get a shout out. I don't think we will. Okay, I don't see my raid thing anymore. Did we cancel the raid? I don't see the raid thing. I'm sorry, I don't see the raid thing anymore. I copied the message. I don't know when this ends. Fish is blocking the raid timer, so I don't see it. I don't know. I don't know when we're gonna raid.